Welcome everyone. My name is Priyatosh Ranjan and I'm working as an assistant professor at the School of Biosciences and Bioengineering at D.Y. Patil International University, Pune. Thank you for joining us for today's webinar on the topic, the prehistoric narratives of human in the Indian subcontinent. The idea behind organizing this webinar is based on May 11, which we celebrate as a National Technology Day. Although a bit late, we have aligned this webinar based on this theme. Now, today's webinar will help us to explore our roots and how we came to be here. After leaving Africa close to 60,000 years ago, when did we land in India? What cities we established and lost? What methodologies can be used to understand the science of the past? And further, the story of the subcontinent. We have lectures from various perspectives, including DNA findings, archaeological excavations, and sociology. Now, without further ado, may I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Prabhat Ranjan. It's always difficult to introduce him because of his highly inspiring personality. He is a nuclear fusion scientist, a futurist, an innovator, an entrepreneur, and a science communicator. Now, I would like to request him for the introduction session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Priyatosh, and good morning to all of you. I am Professor Prabhat Ranjan, Founder Vice Chancellor of D.Y. Patil International University in Akurdi campus of Pune. This university was set up in 2018. Our foundation day is March 14, 2018. I was in Delhi heading TIFAC, India's technology think tank, for 5 years from 2013 to 2018. And right after that, I joined here. As a founder vice chancellor of a new university, it is always a major challenge as well as an opportunity. I'm happy to tell you that over the last 4 years, we took that challenge, converted that to opportunity, and today we are well established in many ways. I would just like to share a few things about the university. The university is established as part of a campus that is already existing for quite some time, the number of institutions within the campus. University was new, 2018, we started, as I mentioned. But we thought that we'll start from scratch and create education system which was needed from the future technology point of view. As head of India's technology think tank, we had seen what kind of technology is coming in the future. We started building education system from scratch rather than copying it. In 2019, we started a multi-track innovative computer science engineering curriculum. I'm happy to tell you that today that has led to change countrywide. I do not have time to go into details. My blog is there, ranjan.in, on which many of these details I have given. We also, as part of this system, we started digital fabrication facilities. I'm happy to tell you that today that is also spreading across the country as part of digital fabrication movement. I'm chairman of the AICT committee of Idea Lab, which is doing this. So the multi-track system we started, following that, we started BTech Bioengineering program on the same pattern, MBA Digital Business in the same pattern, Bachelor's of Design on the same pattern. And slowly, it became our hallmark that each of the programs that we started is based on multi-track system. As Corona hit us right in the early stage of our university, we found that it became a major opportunity for us as our lectures started to go online into homes. The parents, the brothers, sisters, the friends, family members could see the kind of qualitative change that we had brought in the education system. And that led to increase in demand for our university in the most difficult period that we have been facing for the last 2 years. Today, I'm not worried at all. I'm very confident the university is established the strong pillars. It will grow more and more. Now our focus started moving to working on global research problems. I'm happy to tell you that 2020-21, we started major research projects, for example, one on nuclear fusion, Project Sunland, that nobody in the country is doing except one national lab in Gandhinagar, where I was also there for 7 years. It's called Project Sunland. Through nuclear fusion process, we are trying to not only plan to produce energy, but also medical isotope. fissile fuel by converting India's huge reserve of thorium into uranium, and also to process radioactive waste. Similarly, we work in chronic health issues. We have set up a lab. These are all funding coming from US. We have multiple requests from US that we're still under discussion. For example, one related to global warming, where we are trying to create reversible geoengineering. This idea is from Georgia Tech scientists who have been in touch with us. And many other similar projects are on the pipeline, including that related to brain-computer interface and neurodisability, which is ongoing already. In 2022, we are seeing another interesting thing happening, that is major industries are coming to us and partnering with us because of technological changes. They want their employees to be trained in the new technologies, and these are major industries of global level. This is all happening by itself. So we are in good path. I will come back to the topic of today, which is very interesting. Personally, I'm a physicist. I was not into these areas. But while in Delhi, when climate change convention COP21 was taking place in Paris, TIFAC was requested to actually provide all the technological inputs for that purpose. I remember I had to give a talk at Paris, and I started looking at how climate change has impacted human civilization, and especially Indian subcontinent. How 10,000 years melting of ice led to sinking of Indian coastal regions, or increase of coastal regions rather, and that led to many other things that happened. Dr. Rajiv Negam is waiting in the background, and we expect to hear many things on this. So all the talks that are there are based on scientific evidence that has been collected over the last few couple of decades maybe, or few years. These all are bringing scientific evidence from different angles, which puts new lights on Indian history. We thought we'll bring everybody together on one platform, and we are not going to stop at today's event. We'll continue with this to try to bring as many experts as possible to understand what our history has been. I would like to thank Dr. Sasi Singh, our Dean R&D, for organizing this event. She had thought of one talk, and then we started discussing, and we started adding more people. And now we're getting many ideas from different people as to continue this and probably convert this to form of some book and maybe a website that is live to bring all the different informations together. So I'll stop at this point and will thank all the speakers, distinguished speakers who are stalwart in their own fields, for having agreed to come together on this platform. And thanks to COVID that allowed us to learn this online platform and hybrid mode that you are working. So some of us sitting in a classroom in the university, others are joining us from distances. So I wish that all the viewers who are online watching us or who are present in the room would have a wonderful time. And personally, I would be benefiting very much from this session. It was something that I wanted to understand myself as to how our history has evolved over thousands, or let's say that 50, 60,000 or even more years. Thank you so much. And we wish all the speakers, again, I would like to thank all of them for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, VC sir. It's always a pleasure hearing from you. We are blessed to have you as a guide, as a mentor. Just a little housekeeping before we get our lectures started. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the chat box. I will bring them up at the end of the presentation during Q&A session. There is a slight change in the list. So our first speaker for today's webinar is Professor Rajiv Negam. Dr. Negam worked as a scientist since 1978 at National Institute of Oceanography, Goa, and superannuated as a head of Geology Division and Marine Archaeology Unit of NIO. Later, he served as emeritus scientist. Dr. Negam has successfully guided 15 students for PhD and published more than 150 papers in SCI journals. Professor Negam is recipient of several awards like CSIR Young Scientist Award, Acharya Chanakya Award, National Minerals Award by Ministry of Coal and Mines. Professor Negam is selected as 2022 recipient of J. Cushman Award for Excellence in Foraminifera, which is a microfossil research. The award will be presented at Geological Society of America meeting in USA, October 9-12, 2022. Dr. Negam is the first Indian citizen to be selected for this prestigious award. His topic for today's lecture is sea level fluctuations. Governed the destiny of Lothal, Dwarka, Dholavira, Ram Setu, and other coastal towns of ancient India. Over to you, sir.
Are you getting me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. A very good morning to all of you. I'm going to share my PowerPoint presentation. Once you are able to see it, please let me know that you are able to see it.
Yes, sir. Please share it. Please share your
Okay.
screen. Yes, sir. It is here. Go to presentation mode. Yes, sir. Please go to full screen mode, sir. Yes, sir. It is clearly visible for us.
Okay, because I will not be able to see myself or the beautiful audience like you. So in case if any disturbance is there, please call me back. With this, I would like to start. In fact, I was thinking happily I can do it at 12:30, but as the request came from the organizer, I have to start it. The, the title of my talk will be The Sea Level Fluctuation Governed the Destiny of Lothal, Dwarka, Dholavira, Ramasetu, and other coastal towns of the ancient India. It so happened that the last decade has witnessed enhanced interest of the people in our country into our cultural heritage. It can be seen the central finance minister, Mr. Nirmala Sitharaman, while presenting the budget of last year, she mentioned that due attention will be given to some of the cities which were associated with the Indus Valley civilization. This was really a very welcome stand from the government of India. And she has taken the name of three places in particular. One is Rakhigarhi. I think now later Professor Vasan Shinde will be talking on it. Rakhigarhi is somewhere here. Dholavira is here. And Lothal. Friends, when you have seen the invitation, Professor Ranjan, you can see that a point is there. What city we established and lost? This is one of the points which is scheduled to be discussed in today's important meeting. See, out of these three cities, which Honorable Minister mentioned in her speech, the Rakhigarhi, Dholavira and Lothal. Dholavira is on land near Delhi, but the Rakhigarhi. But the Dholavira and Lothal, there is a similarity and they are little different because they were associated with the fluctuation in the sea. They are the coastal cities here as well as here. And the study of the city, ancient cities which either submerged by the sea or it emerged out of the sea due to the sea level fluctuations are the part of a branch of science called the Marine Archaeology. When I was being introduced, I'm told that I'm a student of geology or oceanography. Then the next question comes, why and how I am in marine archaeology? The reason is very simple. The unique contribution of the marine sediment on which I have spent about 44 years has been for deciphering the changes in oceanographic condition due to the climatic variability in the past. We call it paleoclimate. So as a geologist, paleontologist or oceanographer, I was doing the job of reconstructing the past climate. Whereas, as per the definition by Professor Graham Black, a professor in the University of Cambridge, archaeology may be subtly defined as a systematic study of antiquities as a means of reconstruct past. So when two branches of science, the geology, oceanography, and the archaeology, they are discussing past, since the common aim of the oceanography and archaeology lies in the illumination of the past, it is obvious to bring the coherence between the two. So because of this parallel between two branches, I got interested into the study of marine archaeology. See, the archaeologists used their artifacts like stone anchors, wells, potteries, coins. There, as an oceanographer, I reconstruct the past using the geophysical equipment on board or the microfossils into marine sediment, the sediment characters through the microscopic studies. So before I go and start sharing with you what we have done in the field of marine archaeology, let us start what we have done in the field of paleoclimate first. Friends, when you open the newspaper in the morning, why this notification? Okay. See, when you open the newspaper in the morning, you get the headlines like this. The world warm up to the climate change. Global warming to raise sea level. City level rising by 1.2 millimeter yearly. Why all these things are happening? Why we are getting this type of news almost on the daily basis in print media as well as the electronic media? The reason is the global warming. The global warming is not going to impact every wake of the life. The Honorable Vice Chancellor also has mentioned in his opening remarks that one of the objectives of the D.Y. Patil University is to study the phenomena related to the global warming. Now, as far as the oceanography is concerned, there are a number of consequences. Out of these, the accelerated rise in sea level because of the melting of polar ice as well as the thermal expansion of the sea. The change in monsoon pattern because due to the differential heating of land and the ocean. Also a likelihood of increase in the intensity and frequency of the storms. Also, there are going to be a change in the fisheries pattern. All this are happening because of the change in the heat budget. See, we receive the energy from the sun, and part of it which comes into short wave. So the greenhouse gases which are present in our atmosphere, they allow the energy to come. But when Earth radiates back energy, part of this energy is being trapped, and therefore Earth is warm. And that's why the life is there. But excess of anything and everything is bad. So because we started pumping a lot of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, and therefore there are evidences and a likelihood of increase in the temperature, about which consequences I told you while starting with this slide. For today's lecture, the most important things are this: the accelerated rise in the sea level. See, the intergovernmental panel I gave the different scenario, what will happen to the sea level. But the very important question is whether sea level is going to rise now only, whether sea level is a static phenomenon, it never change, or if it has changed, it is going to change now. If man is only responsible for the anthropogenic changes, then few hundred or few thousand years back, sea level should not have fluctuated when man's activities were not that much. But we knew that this is not the case. So unless we know the past changes in sea level, we cannot get a very proper idea about the future sea level changes. This requires the knowledge of past sea level changes. What is our understanding of the past sea level changes? Is there any evidences? Yes. See, first thing I remember, when I was in the school, I was taught that samudra apni maryada kabhi nahi tolta. This is a general feeling among the masses. Even an honorable prime minister took the Chinese prime minister to the Mahabalipuram. Later he wrote a poem, it's here, which says that, हे सागर तुम्हें मेरा प्रणाम, शक्ति का अपार भंडार समेटे, असीमित ऊर्जा स्वयं में लपेटे, फिर भी अपनी मर्यादाओं को बांधे तुम अभी न अपनी सीमाएं लांघे. लेकिन as a student of geology, we know that it is not the case. Sea kept changing its boundaries. The evidences of such are available everywhere. Let us start with the oldest evidences which are available in the religious literature of three major cities in the world. It's mentioned into the Gita, it is mentioned into the Quran, it is mentioned into the Bible. The stories of Manu or Noah's Ark. When Hazrat Noah was building a boat in a desert area, he was ridiculed that he is making a boat when there is no water around. Probably he was aware that sea level is going to rise and a lot of area will be inundated and he may require a boat. So this is the earliest indication we can say that sea kept changing its boundaries, its level. As a student of geology, we all know, and some of you who are not from the geological background, see where the highest mountain stands today, the Himalaya. Millions of years back, there was the sea, the Tethys Sea. Can you see the magnitude of change? Where the highest mountain stands today, once upon a time, that was the sea. Lot of part of the Tamil Nadu was under the sea, very famous Cretaceous transgression and regression of the sea. Even Surat and Bharuch, lot of area were under the sea. One branch of the sea was reaching even up to Madhya Pradesh, as per the geological understanding. But in order to see the effect of sea level changes on the human history, what we need to know is what happened in last couple of thousands of years, particularly the time which we talk about the Holocene sea level changes. This is a relative sea level changes. which includes the sea level changes as well as if is there any tectonic influence also. See, here we have put up the sea level curves for various areas. You can see all foreigners are here. If you are able to see the names. This is the present sea level, and you can see sea level was quite lower about thousands of years back. And after that, around 6, 7, couple of time it has gone above the present level or below the present level. But since the relative sea level also involve a local tectonics, whatever has been done by other people in the rest of the world, we cannot apply that sea level to our region as such. So there is a need for having a sea level curve for our region. How to build that sea level curve and what is available. So we decided to do it for our region. The first person who has started talking about sea level fluctuation was Dr. Rajguru and Kale of Pune. That time they developed a curve which was based on a few points available that time, a preliminary curve. Later we compiled all the informations. So we knew by now that sea level has fluctuated in the past, and therefore there is a growing need to delineate the natural and human-induced changes. Efforts are being made to reconstruct natural climatic variability over which the man's influence can be evaluated. Friends, as all the models which are based on last few hundreds of years sea level record, they are giving a predictive model. We feel that the correctness of these models can be checked if we know the natural climatic variability also. Because it's because of natural climatic changes, if sea level is going up, and because of the anthropogenic changes, sea level is going to be up, it means problem is compounded. But if naturally sea level is going down and because of anthropogenic changes, sea level is going up, they may nullify. So there is a need to generate the data for natural climatic variability. It can be done in many ways, but to enhance the understanding of past sea level changes through the study of microfossils with a special reference to Foraminifera and marine sediment of Indian Ocean and adjoining seas. Now here, I'll tell you first thing is the marine sediments and the Foraminifera. What these words means. First thing, see, I use the marine sediment at the bottom of the sea to enhance our understanding of the past sea level changes. From where to get the samples, how to collect, which will help, and how the samples is going to help. See, if this is the land and this is the sea gets sediments through the water and through the wind. Now, these sediments are going to the bottom of the sea. In addition to these sediments, there are a lot of microorganisms which are living into the sea. When these organisms are living into the sea, they live in balance and they incorporate the prevailing environment into the calcareous test. So if you study this test, you can tell what was the environment of deposition at when they were living. Of these sediments as well as the hard part, the shell of these organisms, both are going to the bottom of the sea and getting deposited layer by layer, year by year, okay, and they are just serving as the pages of the Earth history. We can take our ship and we can collect a core. Now, if this core collection of the sediment, you can subsamples and you can put the radiocarbon date so you know when the climate change was there. And with the help of this microfossils, their analysis, like the chemical analysis, isotopic analysis, morphological analysis, you can get a what was the changes in climate in last 2,000 years to few millions of years, depending upon your requirement. So we have collected the samples from the shallow water area where resolution is very high. but penetration will not be very high, but we are interested in last few thousand years, not in millions of years. Because the last few thousand year climatic variations hold the key how it has affected the human civilization. Now, what are these organisms and how they are going to help? These organisms' name is the Foraminifera. They live in the water column. They are called the planktonic Foraminifera, and the one who are living at the bottom of the sea are called benthic. After their death, both deposit at the bottom of the sea. Now, these organisms are less than a millimeter in size. They are exclusively marine organisms. Friends, you remember this word. These are exclusively marine organisms. They are extremely sensitive to the climate change. So slight change in the environment will bring a lot of changes into the population. There are about 40,000 species in the recent of this particular group. They are actually protozoans. They have a hard part, which is mostly of calcium carbonate, calcite. You can see these are the benthic and these are the planktonic. They are beautiful, and because of the beauty, you can see the creation from the God. In a 1 millimeter size, so much variation in the ornamentation is there. And because of its beauty in ornamentation, proportionately, they have been carved out into the granite in the China, and a big national park, which is, they call it Foraminifera Park, has been developed in China, which was inaugurated by the Chinese president. This was to educate the Chinese children about the applicability of these microfossils into the climatic reconstruction. Not only academics, they have been used in designing. One of the hotel is also designed. Some of the lollipops have been designed based on forums. They have been used to design the lamps. They have been used to design the jewelry. Okay. But here today, I'm going to discuss with you my experience as a student of Foraminifera, how they are applicable for various applications. Because of its small size, see, when we take a core sample, diameter is very little, 4 inches to 8 inches. And if you subsample at 1 centimeter or half a centimeter, mega fossils or mega animals are not going to help because you may encounter only 1 or 2. But these microfossils you get in thousands. So because of their sensitivity to the environmental changes, they have been used extensively. See, for the paleoclimatic reconstruction, we'll discuss it a little later. Sediment transport. This is an engineering application for the stability of offshore structures as well as laying the pipeline into the sea. For example, the Bombay High to Bombay, the iron is being transported by a pipeline, and how to lay the pipeline, this study of the microfossils is very helpful. Their application in finding out the fields for petroleum exploration is an age-old phenomenon. This is being taught even in the school and colleges and universities, how to use microfossils in petroleum exploration. They can also be used to reconstruct the past rainfall record, which holds the key for the future prediction. Friends, we have reconstructed the past monsoon variations, and we have also published the cyclicity, a 77-year cyclicity, which is called Glasberg solar cycle, and through which we can get an idea how rainfall fluctuated in past and how it is likely to behave in the future. This also helpful, the changes in the fisheries pattern in the past and how the global warming is going to affect the fisheries. For monsoon variation, I got my first award. When I was introduced, I was told in '89 I got the Young Scientist Award. That was on the monsoon variation. Now, recently, my student got a Young Scientist Award for application of this microfossil to get the idea about fisheries. Commercial application, already I told you. They can also be used to get an idea about paleo tsunamis. And if you can generate the record for paleo tsunamis, who know, we may enhance our understanding to develop the tsunami for the future. They are very useful. This is what I am going to tell you how they are useful in the coming to know about sea level changes. And because of sea level changes, they are also being applied into the marine archaeology. These two things I am going to take up today for lecture. Actually, each of this topic is a 1 hour lecture roughly. Now, they are, because of their climatic sensitivity, they are extremely useful in the pollution monitoring, which is becoming a very big problem in the coastal areas. And actually, the study of foraminifera are helpful for pollution detection and mitigation, where the chemical tools have a limitation. You can supplement those studies with the help of microphones. So let us see about sea level changes, which is going to be helpful in the field of enhancing our understanding of the ancient coastal town along the Indian coast. Foraminifera and sea. How to get an idea about past sea level changes? Friends, as we discussed before, in the past, sometimes sea level was higher than today, and sometimes sea level was lower than today. Now, first we have to discuss where are the evidences when sea level was higher than today. See, these are all this I have picked up from the Goa. It is available all along the Indian coast. You can see the notch here. See, what happened? The sea waves keep hitting into the coastal rocks and they erode it. So this type of a structure you can see. You can see here, this is a structure and there is a sea cave. But in fact, sea should have been here, but sea is quite below. It means once upon a time when sea level was higher than today, these structures were made out of the sea level. Okay. But after that, sea level has gone down and left behind these structures to get an idea sea level was higher than today. The material which is eroded from here has to be deposited somewhere. Okay. Now this eroded material which forms something like a sand, which goes and get deposited into the shelly layers or the sand which is called the beach type of. In modern environment, you can see all the beaches are formed out of the eroded material from the land rocks on the coastal areas. Now, if you date this one, you can come to know that when sea level was higher than today. So this is a conceptual framework. See, it's a bit complicated phenomena, but today, since I am told that many students are not from the geology, and therefore I try to put it in a very simplistic way. When sea level was lower than today, see, if you see, this is India, and about 60 to 90 meter water depth. If you see the sea bottom, it's like a pinnacles, you get it here. And if you see the fauna here, foraminifera fauna, this is indicating a very shallow water environment. And when you date them, you get 8 to 10,000 year old sediments. So what the shallow water fauna doing at the great depth? See, they were living there when sea level was lower than today, about 8 to 10,000 years back. After that, sea level has gone up and some of these things are available at this greater depth. Similar type of things we got it of Myanmar coast. This was the work done by my student, Dr. Praveen Henrik, who is heading the Department of Geology at Bombay University at Xavier. And this is the work of Dr. Rajni Panchang. She is teaching at the Department of Environmental Sciences at Pune University. It is from her PhD. So you can see that fauna which is indicating shallower depth, we are getting a deeper depth. This indicates sometimes sea level was lower than today. It can be better seen here. This is a small hilly structures and sea level is here. Okay. Now this fauna here, which I put it into the green, is indicating, because I told you this foraminifera are excellent depth indicator as well. So whatever you are getting, for example, at 10 meter, it will be different than what you are getting at 20 meter. What you get at 20 meter is different than 50 meter. What you get at 50 is different than 100 meter. So when then sea level started going up, this indicator fauna also tried to keep a pace with the rise in sea level, and then a time comes when they could not keep a pace and become extinct. Now, if you can date this one, okay, so this will be the oldest, this will be the youngest. Okay, we know the depth, say, for example, just on the coast. Okay, so assume it is 0 meter. Okay, now depth versus age. If you plot, you will get a sea level fluctuation in the last 3,000 years. Now we have summarized whatever has been published. First time we published it in 88, then we published in 95, then we modified in 2002, 2012. We are again thinking of modifying the sea level curve. Now here is this final sea level curve which we have produced out of the sediments collected from the Arabian Sea. Now see, and I would explain this one. Around 15,000 years back, sea level was about 100 meter lower than today. See, today it is here. 0 age and 0 depth you can see. Means today beaches is here and whatever rivers are coming, they are meeting here. But 15,000 years back, the rivers are meeting the sediments here at 100 meter water depth. Today you take India's map and see the 100 meter depth contour, the bathymetric. You can see how many miles and miles were exposed. Okay. After that, sea level started going up. It was stable for some time, then rose very fast. And around 9.5 thousand years, it was about 30 to 40 meter lower than today. Then again, slowly it has gone up, then quickly, and around 7,000 years back, it has crossed the present boundary. Around 6 to 5,000 years back, sea level was higher than today. Then it is coming down around 3,500. It was lower than today. Then around 2,000 years, again it was higher than today, and around 1,000, and then coming to almost to the present level. So this is the condition of sea level today. Now this sea level curve now will start functioning like a magic lamp to explain the emergence and submergence of many coastal cities with reference to the sea level fluctuations. Let us see how it is solving certain mysteries of the Indian archaeology. Now, when we come to the archaeology, the very first question which is asked by the general audience and everybody, when everybody is thinking about future, people are talking about money, we are the people who are looking back, as we are very primitive people. And only because of religious bent of mind, we are doing it. No, it's not true. Okay, first thing, it is telling you about your roots, about your cultural heritage. I don't know how many of you know that the extent of Indian cultural heritage outside the present boundary of the political boundary of India. See, the biggest religious structure in the world is the Angkor Wat in Cambodia. Okay. The Lebanon's Baalbek temples is there in the Lebanon. So how much was the spread of Indian culture, both the sides? But how many of us are aware of it? Forget about outside India, even within the today's political boundary of India. Before it came on 100 rupees note, how many of us were knowing about Queen Sister Pearl, the Rani Chiva in Gujarat? In India. So, India is having a very rich cultural heritage which goes back into thousands of years. Another angle or another dimension of archaeology is not only to enhance our cultural understanding and be proud of it, it's a hard economics as well. You go to any country, tourism is the one which is earning a lot of foreign currency. There are many countries in the world where their economy totally depend upon tourism. But in India, what we offer in the name of tourism? We offer Taj Mahal, Lal Killa, Qutub Minar, Fatehpur Sikri. Today I didn't put that slide here, but see, majority of here, most of the things are in last 3 to 4 years, 300 to 400 years. Okay, Qutub Minar is going to 700 to 800 years old. But in India, do you know, we have things which is lesser known to outside, less known to outside and lesser known within the Indian country. How many of us know that we have the world's oldest dockyard, which is about 4.5 thousand years? And this, if we made known to the world, but before that, we have to make it known to our fellow citizens. Unless we know, we cannot tell others what. So, if we can enhance the timeline of our cultural heritage, we are able to attract a lot of foreign currency through the tourism. So, the cultural pride as well as the hard money, both are associated with the archaeology. Now, in India, the marine archaeology started by. So today we are going to discuss only those monuments where, being an oceanographer, I am telling where sea has played a role. Okay, so this archaeology was started by late Dr. S.R. Rao. Dr. S.R. Rao retired from Archaeological Survey of India, and after retirement he came to National Institute of Oceanography, Goa, and thanks to the scientific leadership of NIO, Dr. Qasim, Dr. B.N. Desai, H.N. Siddiqui of that time, who allowed him after 6 years of age to come and work at NIO. And he started his exploring the Pompara on the east coast of India. But later he became very famous for his Dwarka, Samaj Dwarka discovery. But why Dr. S.R. Rao came to NIO? It's all because of his interest and his he's a pioneer worker who has excavated the Lothal. And I will tell the Lothal in detail now in my following slides, but I will tell you what made Rao to come to NIO. According to Dr. Rao, sea was played a very major role in decline of Lothal. So he thought if a marine role in coastal archaeology to be explored, NIO can be the best place. Because all branches of science, geology, biology, chemistry, physics, engineering, not everything is available below one roof. So he came to NIO, he was given a place, he came with the help from INSA 20,000 rupees. And all the help was extended to him by Dr. Qasim being successive directors of NIO. So how he got interested into the marine
There is some technical glitch. We'll wait for a few more minutes to.
a few meters above the present sea level. Friends, it so happened that you know that Indian archaeology, you all must have been taught, started in a formal way with the discovery of Mohenjo-daro and Harappa, very classical sites of Indus Valley civilization. After partition, we lost both the sites to Pakistan. After that, there were efforts by the Indian archaeologists to see the evidences of ancient civilization within the today's Indian boundary. And what such excavation was done at Lothal. See, the meaning of Mohenjo-daro in Sindhi language is mound of dead, whereas in Gujarati, Lothal also means mound of dead. In 1954, when Dr. S.R. Rao was in Archaeological Survey of India, he started excavating the Lothal. Now, how archaeologists get the idea that where they should go for excavation, you may ask this question not to me, but to Dr. Vasant Shinde or the other archaeologists who are going to deliver the lecture today. So let us discuss Lothal. What we found at Lothal in 1954. See, there was a well, there were the structures, there were the seals, there is a twin burial that tells you about social practices that time. There is the wharf. But the most important thing, what has been discovered is this the tank-like body. And soon after this excavation, the discussion has started, why this such a huge tank-like body is there? Okay. And this discovery of Lothal attracted the people all over the country and abroad. Lot of school children, trips and tourists as well as the academicians started jumping and coming to see the Lothal, what has been excavated. So for us, the important part is this tank-like body. See here. And soon after the discovery, the purpose for this tank-like body is being discussed. According to Dr. S.R. Rao, this tank-like body, he said it was a dockyard which was connected to through a river channel to the sea. And according to him, this was about 4.5 thousand years before present. And according to the archaeologists, this is the oldest dockyard ever discovered in the world. But in science, as it happened, nothing goes without controversy. So soon after the excavation, the controversy started. One group of, what was the purpose of this tank-like body? See, when the excavation, they got few stones like this. According to one group, these stones served as an anchor. And since we got the anchor, there were several arguments. I picked up the most simple argument. They said because we got the anchor, so it means boat used to come and this was the dockyard. This was the view proposed by Rao and later followed by Martin Wheelers, V. Lele, and so many, that it was a dockyard. The other school using the same stone, and they explained that this is a counterweight to lift the water for irrigation. So they say that this was an irrigation tank, and this was told by many, according to Shah. Professor Sankalia was the leading archaeologist of this group, who was the director of the Deccan College, Pune. Then Leshnik, Fair Service, many British archaeologists and friends. Soon after the discovery from 1954, this was one of the very lively controversy among the archaeologists, because archaeologists were arguing with the archaeologists with whatever was available. Had they contacted any geologist, this controversy could have been solved in a day. So first time what happened, I visited this place when Physical Research Laboratory organized a conference on Paleo Climate. And I attended, they took me to sightseeing and I came to know about this controversy. Then I thought, why the controversy is for such a long time? See, this controversy can be solved. So I collected few samples from this tank-like body. And according to my thinking, if it is an irrigation tank, it has to be filled with the fresh water, because nobody irrigates the land with the saline water. And if it is a dockyard, it must be filled with the saline water. So what we have collected the sample and analyzed in our lab, and we found a very good, well-preserved population of the Foraminifera. Since these are the exclusively marine organisms, we find them, and this has tilted the argument in favor of the dockyard theory. But some questions remain to be answered. If it is a dockyard, what a dockyard is doing few kilometers away from the present sea and few meters above the present sea level. Have you seen any such dockyard? No. It is possible only if once upon a time this tank-like body was connected to the sea. So that boat used to come, but after that somehow the connection got cut off, and therefore this became out of use, and the Lothal became an abandoned city because the entire commercial activity was based on the existence of this dockyard. So is there any evidences that once upon a time this was connected to the sea? Yes. We published this study indicating way back in 1988. It is being followed. Okay, by when we published the first time sea level curve in 95, and you can see 4.5 thousand years back, sea level was higher than today. So the sea level fluctuations supported, yes, sea level was higher than today. Again, this is supported by another study by Anirudh Khadkekar, who published in Antiquity in 2004 through the remote sensing. And see, Lothal is here. He said this is the Sabarmati River, and through this Nala, in the tidal, high tide time, this dock was connected. So he also supported the contention that Lothal was a dockyard. And just yesterday, a few days back, 2 or 3 days back, from Gujarat, again a study came. It just came on the newspaper on 8th May. It's just 6 days back. The sea level drop spurred the Lothal decline. So what we published first time in 1988, that it was the sea level changes which is responsible, which originally was responsible for having a 4.5 thousand year old dockyard within our territory, which was later see, and when the sea level after that dropped, this became a out of use. So friend, this is the first thing, that the word oldest dockyard is within our territory. We must be very proud of it. And once you get excited that people who are going to England and Europe and seeing the few hundred years old forts and other archaeological structures, if you tell them, come to India, we'll take you to the Gujarat, we'll take you to the Lothal, and we will tell you, which is still exists with lot of other things. See, we'll take you here where you can see, even with your eyes, with your naked eyes, that you are seeing the world's oldest dockyard ever discovered in the world. Now, Lothal is in the queue to be declared as the World Heritage Site. Dholavira, which I will discuss later, is already been declared. So this is the first thing on the west coast of India, which we told the world's oldest site. The second important site is the ancient town, is the Dwarka town. The study of Dwarka, many of you have seen this Dwarkadish temple. If you come out of the temple where police chowki is there presently, you can see this excavated site. Earlier, there was a Panchayat Ghar above it. Dr. S.R. Rao somehow got the idea, removed it, and excavated, and he found that a remnant of an ancient city. It was further excavated, and they found evidence of, I think, 5 or 6 such evidences of the ancient temples, with series of temples. This gave him an idea, why not we should see the mention of submerged Dwarka into the Mahabharata. So he thought, if we survey into the sea, who knows, we may be able to get some evidences of the ancient city of Dwarka, according to legend, which is submerged by the sea. So we did, the National Institute of Oceanography has taken about 20 years program into the Dwarka underwater surveys, and a lot of scientific equipments were used: echo sounders, side scan sonars, sparkers, boomer, the airlifting, position fixing, underwater diving, photography, so many things, and repeated because we get the visibility only for very limited time. So we are going again and again, and you can see what emerges, the remnant of an ancient town, which is now submerged, find at about 6 to 8 meter water depth. You can see here, like any other archaeological sites where you get only the foundations. Whether you see Lothal, whether nowhere you get a full-fledged buildings or the palaces. Mostly over the time, only the foundations and few other structures remain. So same is the case with Dwarka. The city was submerged about 3.5 thousand years. So these are evidences that a submerged Dwarka came into existence. As I just now told you, 3.5 thousand years. So see, nobody will build a city into the sea. So city must have been built when it was a land. And later, when sea level has gone up, probably it was got submerged. Whether sea was lower at the time, just see here. 3.5 thousand years back, sea level was lower than today. Okay, so city of Dwarka, it is told that Krishna built the city of Dwarka on reclaimed land. Okay, so you can reclaim the land only when sea level is going down. And when sea level is going up again, this became a submerged city. Now here lies another evidence that sea level fluctuation cannot spare even the God's city. It's a message for the present mankind. Government of India has declared the CRZ rules, means in view of the global warming and likelihood of sea level rise, Government of India put certain restrictions about the public and private investments in up to high tide, 500 meter from the high tide line. These rules, many people think is a rule which is being brought to trouble the citizens. No. Government of India, we want to safeguard your investment in case if future sea level is by going up and your building should not be engulfed by the sea. So what could have been, there are number of reasons given for the how the Dwarka has been submerged. I told you about sea level fluctuation. There are other arguments as well. Recently, I was interviewed that how the city of Dwarka got submerged. One view is that because of the erosion of the coastal sediments. Friends, erosion can take a sand below your building. So building can collapse there, but it cannot submerge the city. The other arguments have been put forward by certain people that they quote even some of the verses from Gita, that because of tsunami. See, tsunami is a temporary phenomenon of few hours. See, tsunami will inundate the city for some time, and it will destroy whatever structure, but tsunami will go back and the sea level will come to the original level. So tsunami also cannot be permanently submerge any city forever. It is possible only if sea level has gone up. And that's what here you can see that. So the sea level is the best explanation why the city of Dwarka got submerged. This also been covered by the BBC through another, where we have explained in detail how city of Dwarka got submerged. Now, Dwarka has been told about 3.5 thousand years back, means roughly 1,500 years BC. That's what the age given by Dr. Rao. Recently, the Sinoli excavation. Now, Sinoli has been showing excavation like the chariot is there, and some of the weapons you can see, like a sword type of weapons. If you see in Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, this type of weapons are not there. Probably, I'm not an archaeologist and I leave it for a debate to archaeologists, that whether this indicate a transformation of society from an agriculture-based society to an urban civilization. Because when it is an agriculture-based small society, there is no question of disputes. But if the society develops, prosperity comes with the agriculture, long-time agriculture practices, it helps establish the cities, kingdoms, kings. Then there is a lust of the people to grab somebody else's property. To protect them, you need the weapons. And once weapon is there, it shows that there is a fight. And after 3 years of Sinoli, means this is 1800 BC and Dwarka is supposed to be 1500. So this is another evidence supporting that yes, there was a big war 300 years after the Sinoli. I'm not an archaeologist, so I may not be able to answer your question. Please ask to archaeology whether this proposition is feasible or not. Another very important discovery which came is in the Surat area. Uh, Please tell me when my time is likely to get over in 10 minutes or something. See, National Institute of Oceanography by chance came across at 30 to 40 meter water depth evidence of an ancient city. And India today brought out a special issue that this is the world's oldest city is found. But soon after that, I think Outlook brought out another special issue telling it is all hoax. Why? Because those who discovered the city, the argument which they put forward about the existence of city at 30 to 40 meter water depth were not very convincing. But in 2002, we tried to explain with the same. See, the discovery came in 2000, and this curve first time was published this point in 1995. So nobody can say we published the curve later. See, 9.5 thousand years back, sea level was between 30 to 40 meter water depth. It means river which are meeting here were coming and meeting here. Sea level was also rising with a slower speed. So no one should get surprised to have an ancient city at this level, at this depth. And till today, we don't know who was the occupant of this city and what was the name of this city, because corroborative evidence from the land or from the literatures are not available. But definitely sea level explained the possibility of a Neolithic settlement at 30 to 40 meter water depth, which was land that time. Recently, you all have heard about UNESCO has developed, declared Dwarka as a world. Hello?
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. You have 5 to 7 more minutes to conclude, and then we have the question answer session.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I will try to finish it just 10 minutes you give me. See, Dwarka was known for its excellent water conservation system. And this was about 5 to 6,000 years old. It means it was a port town when sea level was higher than today. But one thing is very surprising. This is the city plan of Dwarka. See, the citadel is being surrounded by a 18-meter thick wall. And the outer wall is about 5 to 6 meter thick. So question is, why this 18-meter thick wall has been built? This question was put, and we were told the answer by archaeology people that must be probably for the protection. So the question comes, protection against whom? Animal. For that even a bamboo fencing is enough. Then against the enemy, what was the ammunition of the enemy 5 to 6,000 years back? See, after the gunpowder was discovered, cannons were built. Even the fort which was built, nowhere we have it. 18-meter thick wall. I have just tried to compile few of this, the forts. Even China wall is not thick, that much thick. So what could be the chances? See, the wall is tilted at some place. So one argument was given, it is because of the earthquake, the wall is tilted. No, earthquake hit from the bottom, it can destroy, but not tilt. Something from the horizontal, if it push, then only wall will be tilted. So we gave an explanation that probably this is the world's oldest evidence of a tsunami protection measure. Dholavira is on the Makaran coast, and Makaran and the Kutch area, we published a paper in 2006 that evidence of ancient tsunami in the Kutch. So Kutch people were aware that this is a tsunami prone area, and therefore when they have to build this place in order to, it's a strategic importance because of business, they built the wall to protect themselves. And we published this paper in 2016 that India having the world's oldest evidence of tsunami protection measures. But still we were interested to see whether any evidence of tsunami still has hit the area. We did the GPR survey in the outer city area. We found a layer which is one-time affair, one-time deposit about 2.5 meter thick sediment. from where the sediments came. We wanted to check. So we built a trench. This is Dr. Lawson, who has done the GPR survey. And this is Dr. Rupal Dubey, who found that, who analyzed the sediments. Now, this sediment, one-time sediment could have been brought by the river, but this is a water-starved area. That's why they have been building the excellent water conservation system. But here, this contained a foraminifera. This indicates that the sediments came from the seaside, and therefore the tsunami was one of the probable reasons for destroying this magnificent city of Dholavira. But whether tsunami has gone into the citadel area, it still need to be confirmed, and we need a more GPR survey in the citadel area. Now, after that, another important site on the east coast is the Mahabalipuram. If you see near Mahabalipuram, the tsunami in 2004 has exposed some of the sediment, and then area was excavated. We found a Selva Kuppa, which says that probably it was a big temple town. Okay, and this area is excavated. We did the survey from both the sides of the present temple. So southern side, northern side, we got a Sembla Kuppam, and southern side, we have evidence that remnant of another ancient town is buried below the beach, need to be excavated in the future. A big discovery is waiting. We also wanted to check whether is there any offshore extension of the this temple town. In this area we sit, and you can see here. This is Mahabalipuram. Similar like Dwarka, we get evidences of a submerged town. It means Mahabalipuram was also a very big temple town, part of which is submerged, and this need to be explorated in the near future by you people. And probably the age of Mahabalipuram may turn out to be 3,500 years for an ancient town. This is a big discovery in waiting. This is the last two, 3 slides about the Ram Setu. Ram Setu also became a very controversial problem because of a Setu Samudram project. That time when people asked about our opinion, we prevented ourselves because we were not known what is the timing of this, the so-called Ram Setu or Adam's Bridge, and what Ramayana says or what was the time of Ram. The help came from Sarojpal and Kulbhushan in 2012, where they presented a paper in Delhi. Because of the star combination, they got noted from the Ramayana time and fed into the planetarium software. And they came up with the idea that time was about 5,100 years BC. It means about 7,100 BC by the time of the so-called Adam's Bridge or Ram Setu. See here, around 7,000 years back, sea level was about few meters, 2 to 3 meters lower than today. Okay, so India and Sri Lanka average depth between them is about 3 meters. So it means that time, about 7,000 years back, India and Sri Lanka, the sea was very, very shallow. It was possible to put up some stones or trees and whatnot and create a causeway or a bandh. In Sanskrit, we call it Setu Bandh Rameshwar. So a bandh was created and it was possible to cross over to Sri Lanka. So no one should get, if this timing is correct, it is possible to cross over to Sri Lanka by taking a little efforts to put a causeway. Don't get confused by Adam's Bridge or Ram Setu like a flyover. No, it was not a flyover, it was a bandh. So now we have the evidences. World's oldest dockyard within our boundary. The submerged, the evidence of submerged Dwarka is also now available scientifically. The world's oldest urban civilization of Setu, of Surat is within our boundary, and now we can see the evidences of Ram Setu are there. So we have now, through the understanding of sea level fluctuation, we are able to explain some of the archaeological findings need to be explored in the near future. This was also covered into the ZTV interviews, Aaj interviews, and many other places. Friends, so we have shown through this journey that sea level fluctuation is an important phenomena. When it was going down, it has left behind the places like uh, um, it, like Dholavira or Lothal. They became out of use. When sea level was going up, it is somewhat the city like Dwarka and the Mahabalipuram. So now again, there is a talk of global sea level rise. There is a and if it happened and if it has not been prevented, who knows? There is a cutting here. The Vinci underwater, Panjim next. Maybe many today's coastal flourishing town will become a property of future marine archaeologists. Let us try to prevent it. Thank you very much. This is a small step to unravel the past in order to illuminate the future. Thank you. Thank you very much. These are the students whose work I have taken today. Okay, I'm just, you can put up the questions.
Yes, thank you, sir, for your valuable insights on the topic. It was really interesting to learn how sea level fluctuations govern the destiny of Lothal, Dwarka, Dholavira, and other coastal towns of ancient India. We can take few questions now. So one of the viewer from YouTube has asked, uh, how do we predict monsoon variations from fossils?
Okay, of course, this is okay. No problem. No problem. Can I stop sharing this so that I can face to face I can answer?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Please change your
Okay.
go to Chrome window, sir.
Okay. Okay. So if you want to know about past rainfall records, see what happened. If you remember the slide, I told you how to collect samples from offshore area. See, the idea is when more rainfall is there, a lot of fresh water discharge through river into the sea. So the area in front of river mouth indicate the low salinity environment. And the fauna which is living that time, they will incorporate the signature of low salinity and high rainfall. But when the couple of less rainfall, less water will go into the sea and normal marine conditions will take over. So the second layer which will get deposited will indicate a high salinity environment. So if you take a core sample, you will get an idea about when rainfall was higher and when rainfall was lower. So you can generate the history of how the rainfall fluctuated through the river mouth microenvironment. This study has been published and available on internet. You give Rajiv Negam publications and you will get a lot of publication into that.
Thank you, sir. I
So
hope this
is the
answer.
way we can, through microfossils, we can generate the record for past monsoon rainfall.
Thank you,
If any
sir.
supplementary question is there, we can take, no problem.
I have one question, sir. So, where you talked about foraminiferans, do we find foraminiferans only in the benthic zone, or they are there in the profundal or the limnatic zone?
See, foraminifera are available wherever the marine environment is. Okay. Near the shore, benthic foraminifera are more dominant. But if you move away from the coast, you get both planktonic foraminifera as well as benthic foraminifera. And when you reach to the depth, about say 3000 on an average meter, the CCD start, calcium carbonate compensation depth, below which the number of forams go down because of dissolution effect. But that is not important as far as archaeology work is concerned. We need to explore sediment only up to 50-meter water depth. That is good enough to tell about archaeological findings.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the audiences?
I have a question. Please come forward, ma'am. This is the mic.
I just wanted to know what is the reason for such a difference in the sea level changes. I mean, you have a small dip in between when you allocate those time periods to Dwarka and Mahabalipuram. But what is the reason of dip in between?
Okay. See, yeah, this is a very good question. See, why people are telling because of global warming now they will go up. See, whatever climate change they interest now, see, the climate is nothing but the energy balance. We receive the energy from the sun, okay, and we radiate back the energy. The present global warming problem is because of the modification in outgoing energy. We are going to trap more energy, so the warming will be there. But climate on Earth you can also change because of the change in the incoming energy. Now, incoming energy can be changed because of two reasons. One is the relative position of Earth and the Sun, because we are receiving the energy from the Sun. In addition to that, the Sun itself is not a constant phenomenon. It's not that it emits the constant energy. Okay, so the variation in Sun also is changing the incoming energy. So whenever less energy is coming, we get a cold climate. And when more energy comes, we have a warm climate. And therefore, depending on that, the sea level fluctuated. That is independent of anything to do with the anthropogenic changes. So when sea level is going up and down, it is because of the change in the incoming energy from the sun. That is the reason.
I have one more question. My other question is, do you see a change in the foraminifera?
See, your voice is very feeble.
I just wanted to know, do you see a change in the pattern of foraminifera? I mean, over a period of time, even they would evolve. Do you see a change?
Yes, there is. See, the change is there all the time. Okay, all the time. But the change in species level during the Holocene is very minimum. So you can say that whatever they, and moreover, you can do the isotopic analysis of, actually these days, lot of studies all over the world going on about the isotopic composition and elemental composition of foraminifera. We were the first, my student in the Rakhigarhi, he published the elemental composition into the page of thermometry. Okay, so foraminifera has been used worldwide. It is a very important tool. And sometime, if you give me an opportunity, I will tell you how foraminifera can be applicable in other branches. Today, we talked only about where it is applicable in sea level and the archaeology. Actually, the pollution studies are very emerging branch where the morphological abnormality leading to the decision that factory is polluting or not. So these are very useful tools. And yes, during the Holocene, species level changes are not much.
Sir, there is another question from Sheetal. She's asking, can we now predict tsunami? Like, can we now predict when the tsunami will hit the coastal regions in the near future?
See, this is a separate lecture altogether. Probably I would have given a lecture today in the application of foraminifera. See, the prediction depends. Just a minute. The prediction depends how well we know the past time. Okay. Now, as far as tsunami is there, it's associated with the earthquake. And since till today, very precisely, we cannot predict earthquake. So it is assumed that tsunami also cannot be predicted. Now, I suggest an alternative route. If you generate the report of past tsunami at the same spot, okay, then you can generate the history of past tsunamis like we have done it for Monsoon. Okay, and in that case, apply some statistics, and if any pattern is there, you can definitely get the idea about future tsunamis. And the best site for generating the past tsunami records are the coastal lakes, Pulicat and Chilka Lake. with the help of Foraminifera. Those who are students today, some of them, if they take up this problem, I think they will really do a wonderful job. We could do only very starting. Still, a lot of work needs to be done. But we have already suggested this work is published in Geomarine Letters. Any more questions?
There is another question from the audience.
Sure.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, I have a question. Is there a relationship between the rise in the sea level, sea water level, and the groundwater table? Because in case if the sea level rises, we have seen over a time that the groundwater table has been going below. So the water which you could get for 80 feet or something, now you have to dig like for 300 feet or maybe 400 feet.
See, not I agree with you. The rise in sea level is going to affect the groundwater, but in a different way. The rise in sea level will lead to the salt water intrusion into the coastal area. Okay, so the groundwater condition in coastal area it will be modified. But it will be only affecting in the coastal areas. In other areas, water table will be unaffected. Okay, so yes, this is going to be already people are likely to study the effect of saltwater intrusion.
Thank you, sir. I hope this answers our question. If there are more questions, people can write to you and they can get the answer from you. Thanks once again, sir, for the very informative talk. Now I'd like to invite our second speaker for the day, Professor.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So now I would like to invite our second speaker for the day, Professor Vasant Shinde. He is a former professor and vice chancellor at Deccan College, Pune, and founding director general, National Maritime Heritage Complex, Gandhinagar, and presently CSIR Bhatnagar Fellow at CCMB Hyderabad. He is a world-renowned archaeologist and one of the foremost scholars in South Asia. He is also adjunct professor at several of the national institutes, including IIT BHU. Professor Shinde is also advisor to the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Government of India on the National Maritime Heritage Complex and Museum. He has been teaching the postgraduate course in archaeology since 1982. In addition to his teaching activities, he has also supervised a vast number of MA and PhD research students. He has also provided guidance to several visiting scholars from foreign countries. He has been a pioneer in archaeological research since the last 43 years, specializing in proto-history of South Asia, maritime history, as well as field archaeology. He has also directed a vast number of excavations around the country, from Harappan sites in Gujarat and Haryana to Chalcolithic sites in Madhya Pradesh and to Deccan to proto-historic and early historic sites in Rajasthan and Maharashtra. Presently, he has been directing a very prestigious international research project at the largest Harappan site of Rakhigarhi in Haryana. He has been awarded a number of honors and scholarships from various national and international bodies in the course of his academic career, and one of the most noteworthy being 100 Most Influential Vice Chancellor by the World Education Congress. His contributions to archaeology in India and abroad take the form of a large number of research papers, edited volumes, and other publications. Now, in today's lecture, he is going to deliver a talk on archaeogenetic research at Rakhigarhi and its implication. Over to you, sir.
Please unmute yourself.
Please unmute yourself, sir.
Yeah, thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for your very extensive introduction. I would like to thank the organizers, Dr. Shashi Singh, for inviting me for this important seminar that you are organizing. So today I will be speaking about a research field that we have introduced in India, and that is called the archaeogenetic research. Now, this research was carried out, of course, in collaboration with number of different institutions. This particular research was started when I was in Deccan College in Pune, and three important organizations were part of this research initiative that we had undertaken. So the CCM, of course, the tribe, Dr. Neeraj Rai was part of this. And then also we had collaboration with the Harvard Medical School, which has got one of the finest ancient DNA labs in the world. So this research that we have done has produced some very interesting and very encouraging results. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay.
Please go to presentation mode.
So, this research was done on the Harappan skeletal remains.
You have to
And
go
I'm
to
sure that all of
presentation
you have
window,
heard
sir.
about the Harappan Civilization. These
Sorry to
two
interrupt you, sir.
iconic
You need to go to the
sites,
presentation mode.
Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, where the excavation started exactly 100 years ago. So, these excavations have produced very, very important evidences.
Excuse me, sir.
And yes,
Sorry to interrupt you. You need to go to the presentation mode.
yeah, but can you see my full screen?
No, not yet.
I have gone in the presentation mode only.
You have to go to full screen mode. Your screen is visible.
We can see your screen. You need to go to the full screen mode.
Yeah, I have done that, but I don't know why you can't you see.
No, first you have to share. The
But
share
can
button
you see my
is.
screen, presentation or no?
Not yet.
No, okay, 1 minute.
Share the screen first.
Share first.
Yeah, I've done that. In fact.
Your right below
Okay,
the
1 minute,
screen
1 minute.
on share buttons.
Yes.
Yes. Go to the full presentation.
We need to go to the presentation mode, sir. Yeah, we can see.
Okay. So, what is the importance of the discovery of the Harappan civilization 100 years ago? You know that most of the historians before the discovery of the Harappan civilization, they always thought that there's a big gap in the history of South Asia, particularly history of the country. And Vincent Smith, who wrote book in the early part of the 20th century, he mentioned that India jumps from Stone Age to the Stupa period or the Buddhist period, and he said that most of the developments pertaining to settled life began much later, in fact, compared to other parts of the world. But the discovery has filled in the so-called gap, which was visualized by some of the earlier historians. So that is the significance of the discovery of this particular civilization. Then, as far as the early part of the Indian history is concerned, there are some, issues which have not yet been resolved, mainly because we do not have scientific data in that particular respect. And one of the issues, of course, is the Aryan invasion or migration. Even today, we have been discussing about this particular issue, and I'm going to discuss, what is the scientific data that we have generated in this particular respect. Then a lot of people thought that most of the cultural developments was done by the people coming from outside, not by the South Asian people. So in that respect also, the new research that we have done had said enough life. I'm not going to speak about the Vedic culture and Indo-European language, but this research has some implication on this particular issue also. And then, what is the importance of Rakhigarhi? Firstly, Rakhigarhi has produced very early dates for the beginning of the Harappan culture. So far, we were thinking before the research at the site of Rakhigarhi, most of the scholars thought that the beginning of the Harappan culture goes back to 4000 BCE. That was the evidence from the site of Harappa, which is in Pakistan. But now, we have a series of dates, not only from Rakhigarhi, but there are maybe half a dozen sites in the Saraswati region. And most of the sites have produced dates ranging from 6000 to 5500 BCE. So I put this the beginning around 5500 BC on the separate site. So that is the most one important contribution of this particular excavation. Then we also calculated the area of the site because there was a lot of controversy about what is the exact estimate of the site. Different opinions were given, and we have done the scientific maybe calculation of the site by using most latest geophysical methods, and the site is now almost 550 hectare, which is almost double the size of the earlier thought the largest urban site of Mohenjo-daro. Mohenjo-daro is around 300 hectare. Then also we always believe that there is a cultural development from early Harappan to the mature Harappan phase. Now let me explain that. Now we have divided this Harappan culture into three phases. The first phase is the early phase, what we call as the early Harappan, and that phase is from 5500 BCE to 2600 BCE. And in this particular phase, we find the internal development happening. People have lived in very modest lifestyle, and there is a transformation happen gradually in this particular phase. And that transformation has culminated into the formation of the urban phase of the Harappans, the most prosperous phase of the Harappan culture. That is between 2600 to 1900 BCE. And during this particular phase, we see the development of the first urbanization in Indian subcontinent. And then after 1900 BC, because of the climatic conditions, there's a decline in the Harappan culture, and this particular decadent form of the Harappan culture has survived from 1900 to 1500 BC in some areas, and in some areas maybe up to 1300 BCE. So this is the total span from 5500 BC to 1300 BC is the total span of the Harappan culture. And the most prosperous phase or the urban phase of the Harappan culture is called the Harappan civilization. So as far as the Harappan civilization phase is concerned, we always believe that there is a maybe transition from early Harappan to mature Harappan phase, but we had no evidence. But for the first time, we have generated scientific evidence in this particular respect. And now, I'm going to show you maybe a couple of evidences that we have generated and how there is a transformation from very modest beginning to urbanization in this particular phase. So that I'm going to discuss. So as far as the Aryan invasion or migration is concerned, I think most of the this particular hypothesis was introduced in India maybe beginning of the 19th century, maybe around 1813. And since then, this we are harping on the same issue. But the crux of the issue is that we those who propounded this particular hypothesis, they had no scientific evidence, and this particular evidence, this particular issue was raised, or this particular hypothesis was developed only on the basis of mere inference. So now, in fact, for the first time, we have generated scientific data, and now we have three different kinds of evidence. One is the archaeological data, in which you can see the transition from the modest beginning. Then we have genetic data also. We have, for the first time, we have extracted DNA from the Harappan skeletal remains, and we have now some evidence about the genetic history of the Harappans. And thirdly, also for the first time, we have done the facial reconstruction of the Harappan people. So I'm going to show you for the first time how the Harappan people look like. So as I mentioned earlier, that the research was planned by, basically by the Indian scholars, by Deccan College and CCMB initially, and the most of the research was done in India itself. We excavated the data, we extracted DNA samples from the skeletal remains. We did the sequencing in India. We were almost ready for the we did the interpretation. and ready for publication, around maybe 2016-17. But then, we realized that, that if we publish, if this particular research is published only by the Indian scholars, there will be a lot of criticism for, from the European or the American scholars, and they will always say that, maybe, this, analysis is lacking. This is not done like that. So what we thought that, we made three libraries of the data. One, of course, we analyzed the, that particular data. Second, we supplied to the Harvard University, this medical college, where, rich, this one of the best laboratories located. So there, in fact, this sample was provided, and one sample was provided to the Korean scientists who were collaborating with us. And what we did, in fact, we told them that, we want only, the cross checking from your side, and not, the, any kind of analysis. And after we got the cross checking,
Excuse me,
and
sir,
after,
sorry to interrupt you.
yes,
Are you changing the slide, sir?
no, no, I'm still on this slide only.
Okay, sorry to.
So, then, we told, once I got the, the data from all the three different sources, then, we decided to publish these. So this is, a very, very important, research that we did for the first time. Can you see the next slide? Can you see my next slide?
Yes, we can see.
Yes, sir, we can see.
Okay. So, now this is the data that was found in the upper levels at Mohenjo-daro. And Sir Mortimer Wheeler was one of the excavators of the site of Harappa, in Harappa. Now, he said that, that the Harappans were the Dravidian people, and the Aryans came from outside. And these are the people, Harappan people, who were killed by the invading Aryans. So this was the hypothesis made by him, and, a lot of Indian scholars have followed him also. Now, subsequently, this particular sculpture remains was, were studied by one physical anthropologist, Kenneth Kennedy from America, and he did not find any injury marks on the body of these skeletal remains. So he suggested that, these people may have died because of two reasons. One is either because of the flood, because these skeletal remains were found in the flood deposit, or they could have died in some kind of epidemic. So, that nullified the hypothesis put forth by Sir Mortimer Wheeler. And now, of course, we have, more scientific data, which certainly, suggests that, which has seriously challenged this so-called hypothesis about the Aryan invasion or migration. Now, as far as the early people are concerned, during the hunting gathering stage, which is a very long period, in fact, in Indian history, not only in Indian history, but in the history of the world, it is a very, very lengthy period. And in India, it is almost from 2 millions, from 20 lakhs to almost 10,000 years. So that is the range of the early, maybe, Stone Age period. We have no idea about, who were the, Stone Age people. And one hypothesis that is that, the origin of the human being happened, in fact, in South, in Africa, and we have the earliest evidence of Stone Age in that part. So one hypothesis that perhaps, the people from Africa began to disperse to different parts of the world, and one stream came to Indian subcontinent. They landed on the Indian coast, and then, they, occupied the inner part of, of the country. That is the hypothesis, but we do not have scientific evidence in this particular respect. So we cannot talk really much about who were the hunter gatherers in this part of the world. But certainly now, from the beginning of the settled life, which goes back to 7,000 BCE, that is almost 9,000 years ago. So from 7,000 BC onward, we can certainly talk about, who are the Indian people based on our genetic research that we have done. So there is a, maybe, there are different stages of development. The first, farmers, then, they develop into regional culture or regional eras. Then they develop into Harappan culture into Harappan civilization. And then, of course, we see the, in the post-Harappan era, we see the development of, or the introduction of iron technology around 1300, 1200 BCE. And then, of course, you are aware about the early strike period up to that. And most of the scholars had thought earlier that the agriculture originated in West Asia somewhere, and from there people began to disperse in other parts of the world. And again, one stream of the agricultural farmers came to Indian subcontinent. That was the earlier hypothesis. But now we have a lot of evidence in these 3 or 4 different regions. Of course, in India we have a lot of evidence in Mesopotamia, Egypt, and China. And now it is becoming clear that the agriculture originated in these regions independently, and but at the same time these people had contact with each other. The Indian people had contact with Mesopotamians, maybe right in the beginning of the settled life. They also had contact with the maybe Chinese area, where the early farming communities developed, and also with Egyptian area also. So more or less, these developments were happening simultaneously and independently in these different regions. So we have strong archaeological evidence in this particular respect. Now in this map, you can see I'm showing the Harappan region in red line, and also contemporary Harappans were the Mesopotamians in this part, and Egyptians. Of course, you can't see the Egyptian, region here, but the Harappans had very strong interaction with these regions. But Harappans had contact with the Gulf region, with Persian Gulf, with Mesopotamia, and also beyond in with the Egyptian region also. This is the area of the Harappans. The Harappans had occupied nearly 2 million square kilometer area, which is almost double the size of Pakistan. And archaeologists have discovered nearly 2,000 Harappan settlements so far. And the general impression among the people is that most of the Harappan settlements are Harappan cities. That is not true. In fact, we have only 5 Harappan cities. Of course, the biggest Harappan city is Rakhigarhi, followed by Mohenjo-daro, Harappa, Dholavira, and Ganvirewala. These are the 5 Harappan cities. We have identified maybe 2 dozen Harappan towns, and then rest of the other settlements are there are large number of agricultural villages, small and big villages. There are manufacturing units. There are number of Harappan ports. Harappans developed the maritime trade. Perhaps they were the first in the world, in fact, to develop that. So they developed number of ports on the coastal part of on the Harappan region. So that is the kind of evidence we get in different parts of then the 2 major river basins were occupied by the Harappans. One, of course, is the Indus River basin, and the other one is called the Saraswati River river basin. Today, of course, that region is called Ghaggar Hakra basin. The river is not flowing today; it is underground river. But the part of that river which is in India is called Ghaggar, and when it enters into Pakistan, it is called Hakra. So Ghaggar, Hakra, these are the 2 basins which are occupied by the Harappans. And there is a lot of research right from 18th century on the Saraswati River. There's a lot of controversy. There are some scholars who think that Saraswati never existed and it was a mythological river. But now we have scientific evidence, we have archaeological evidence, we have hydrological evidence, we have also some evidence generated by the Indian Space Research Organization (ISRO), and all this research point towards the presence of the Saraswati River. And some of the you can see here, in fact, the reconstruction of the course of river Saraswati. It flows from the foothills of the Himalayas that enters into Punjab, Haryana, part of Rajasthan, then enters into Pakistan, and in Bahawalpur district in Pakistan, it comes around straight into Kutch part of India. So this was the course of the river, and some of the major sites, Harappan sites, were located on the bank of this river Saraswati. One, of course, the site of Kalibangan, which was excavated by the Archaeological Survey of India. The other one is Banauli, and the biggest Harappan city, that is Rakhigarhi, is located in one of the major tributaries of the Saraswati, that is called Drushadwati. And today that river basin is called Chautang River Basin. So the site of Rakhigarhi is located here. So you can see the distribution of the Harappan settlements in this map. But I'll just begin with the earliest farming communities, in fact, the first farmers of South Asia. And what you are seeing here in the left-hand side photograph, this is the, the deposit of the ancient site. Now, most of the ancient sites, particularly from the period of settled life, they are in the form of mounds, maybe either low mount or slightly higher mount, depending upon how long the occupation was at this particular site. And this is a site in Indian subcontinent called Mehergarh, which is in Pakistan. And this site has provided for the first time a very strong clue about the local origin and then gradual growth, in the local culture. And that, particular evidence is very well documented by archaeologists from Italy and also from France who undertook excavation at this particular site. So what we are getting in this particular site, in the lowermost levels, we have the remains of animal remains of both domesticated as well as the wild variety, because they were switching over from wild animals to domesticated animals in this particular phase, maybe around 7000 BCE. So we have actual animal bones of both the species found. Then we also have a lot of terracotta figurines representation in the form of art, and these are some of the terracotta bulls that were excavated from this particular, from the lowermost levels. Then we also have the evidence of wheat and barley. These are the two crops which were domesticated for the first time in Indian subcontinent. And these were again domesticated by the first farmers at Mehergarh. And also, we have evidence indicating that these farmers, first farmers, they started producing a variety of different crops. We have the actual evidence, of the crop that was produced by these people, and we also have the evidence of the manufacturing activities of these various crops. So there are some burials found at Mehergarh. These burials are found within the habitation. The early farmers buried them within, either below the living floor or in the courtyard. And along with the dead bodies, we find a lot of, maybe their ornaments, their tools. That means, right from the beginning of the settled life, people believed in second life, and they always thought that person needs all these, maybe jewelry, tools, maybe clothes also in the second life, and therefore they are buried along with that. And the Harappans have followed the same tradition. The only difference that Harappans had separate cemetery, whereas the early farmers around 7000 BC they buried within the habitation. That is the only difference. Otherwise, there is no change. And then these are some of the different crafts that was produced by the by the early farmers. They produce a lot of beads of semi-precious stone. They also use a lot of maybe bones, ivory for making this kind of beads or different kinds of ornaments. They also use shale for making ornaments. So a variety of these is found. This is actually evidence excavated from the lowermost levels at Mehergarh. And also, right from the beginning, as I mentioned, that these people had contact with outside world also. So we have some data at, in the lowermost levels at Mehergarh. These are some of the ornaments made of a particular kind of shale. It is called Turbulent Pyramid. And this variety is, there are only two sources, in fact, in the western part of Indian subcontinent. One is, of course, near Dwarka in Gujarat, and the other source is near Karachi coast. And the analysis carried out clearly indicate that the remains found here, they came from the Karachi coast. And Karachi is roughly 1200 kilometers away from Mehergarh. So you can imagine that right from the beginning of settled life, these type of far distance trade or contacts were established by the early farmers. Secondly, we also found some maybe artifacts made of mother of pearl, and this source has come from Oman. So that means, right from the beginning of the, settled life, people also started crossing seas, and they have contact, may develop contact with these type of far off places. So we have actual evidence for that. And then, of course, and I'm going to show the, the site of Rakhigarhi, where we actually carried out the research. So here also, at Rakhigarhi, I can show you the archaeological, genetic, and the craniofacial reconstruction that we did, all the three kinds of evidences that we have generated. So this is the river, dry river bed, the river bed of Drushaduti, and these are the different localities which were occupied by the Harappans, and we carried out excavations at these. This is the map generated of the sites. You can see the gray portion that is shown here. That is the area which is occupied by the modern people, but that was also part of the ancient site. So it was a huge site. Majority of the part is under occupation. Majority of the part is also destroyed by the farmers for agricultural purposes. And what you see today, in fact, these are the mounds which are visible, and these mounds are the part of the settlement. Now that is the national monument protected by the Archaeological Survey of India. So here we carried out our research on these. In this drone photograph, you can see this is the part of the site which is still visible, and this is the part which is protected by the Archaeological Survey of India. This is also part of the site which is visible, and this was also part of the site, but the entire maybe almost 10,000 people are living on the part of the site. So this is a major issue at this particular site. So as I mentioned that the first question that we had that how the transformation has happened, and here you can see this was our section what we call as the index section, because we have excavated here from top to bottom, and in this particular section we have found a complete history of the Harappan people at Rakhigarhi, and that history you can see in fact in the subsequent evidence. We found a lot of structural evidences, as Raju Negam has mentioned that we do not find walls or roofs of the structures, only the basal courses or the foundation of the structures are located. So here in the lowermost levels we have found some remains, and then in subsequent levels there are different levels, and this evidence will clearly indicate how there is a transformation in the structural activities of the Harappans or the early maybe people in this part. So what you are seeing, in fact, these are the circular features that we find in the. They are the what we call as the pit dwellings. So we have clusters of that. Maybe one cluster includes maybe 4 or 5 pits. There's one pit which is large. One pit has fireplace. Maybe that may have been used as a kitchen, and maybe a couple of pits may have been used for storage, and the large one may have been used for living purpose. So we have actually found evidence. In fact, in some we have found fireplace. In some we have the maybe the uh, remains of the wetland of wall that was built, and in some, of course, we have the evidence of maybe actual dwelling there. In the second stage, what we are seeing in fact, part of this circular hut excavated, but this hut is now on the ground, not underground. So this was the evidence we found in the second stage. And in third stage, you can see that they switch over from circular to rectangular structure. And this is a part of the rectangular structure that we excavated. Here you can see now the use of the Harappan bricks, proper, in fact, in the ratio of 1:2:3, 1:2:4. Then also, they started building bathrooms and toilets inside the structure. Also, you can see in fact, we have the earliest evidence of tandoor, and that tandoor chicken is the contribution of the Harappans. So we have the evidence for that. So this is how the Harappan cultural elements began to develop in the third stage. And in the fourth stage, there's a proper modicum of planning. You can see here there's a street here. There are structures on both sides. There's a small street. So this is kind of planning happen in fact in the in the next stage. And then of course the full-fledged town came into existence. Maybe in the fifth stage. So this is how the gradual development has happened. It is not that the urbanization was developed suddenly. There's a long precedence, and now we have a strong evidence for that. And this is a kind of archaeological data that we have from the from the site. Similar evidence is also found in the ceramic also pottery. The early pottery, what you are seeing is, in fact, is the earliest pottery at Rakhigarhi, and there are some more sites in that region. So this pottery is very simple, handmade, crude, not well fired, not well made. But gradually you can see the change of the color of the pottery. It becomes refined, and in then last stage, it becomes a classical pottery. So there is a gradual growth in this particular aspect also. So this is a strong evidence indicating that the Harappan civilization has developed from within the early Harappan phase, and we have strong evidence for that. Then before the site of Rakhigarhi, I excavated the site called Farmana, which is roughly 30 kilometers away from that. And here I excavated the biggest Harappan cemetery here. Almost 70 skeletal remains were excavated. But what we did, in fact, one of our objectives here at Farmana, in fact, this DNA research was initiated, in fact, in 2007 and 8 when I started excavation at the cemetery in Farmana. And but we were not really prepared that time because we did not know, what precautions we have to take and how we have to proceed. We were not really aware about that because we were new to this field that time. And what you are seeing, in fact, these are the skeletal remains that we excavated. They used to bury the dead bodies in fact, in the pits, and in that we used to find a lot of burial goods. So here you can see that we have not taken any precaution. We just followed the conventional method. And after 2 months, after we started extracting DNA, there were some scholars coming, who came from Japan and also America, and we all tried hard, but we miserably failed here because our method was wrong. We did not take precaution here. Secondly, we excavated all the burials at one time. Thirdly, we kept those burials open for almost 2 months, and there was a lot of maybe variation in the climate which affected the presence of DNA. So the DNA, whatever DNA was there, that has escaped. But let me also tell you that the condition in India is not really good, not conducive for the preservation of the organic matter, including DNA. And because of two reasons. Of course, the climate is very dry and very humid here. Secondly, the soil is very acidic in Indian subcontinent, and this acidic soil is not good for the for the preservation. So, in spite of all this adverse condition, we were able to get DNA from the Harappan skeletal remains at Rakhigarhi, mainly because we changed our methodology. Here you can see the cemetery, which is roughly 1 kilometer away from the maybe their living area. And here we there was standing crop. We requested the farmers to allow us to excavate there. He allowed us. And then what we did, in fact, we took proper precaution because the our modern DNA, our DNA is so sensitive. It can get into ancient DNA easily. So we wanted to prevent that contamination, and therefore we took this type of precaution. We started using PPE kit, and we also you can see here he looks like a corona warrior, but actually he's a barrier warrior. So this is how we started taking precaution. Then we also excavated one burial at a time. We excavated the burial, immediately we documented the burial, and then we just transported the samples immediately to our lab, and then we started further work. So this was the first step we took, and this is how we excavated. You can see here, and because of these efforts, we could able to prevent the contamination of the modern DNA into the ancient DNA. So all of us use this particular method, and these are the some of the skeletal remains which were excavated by us. These are the different skeletal remains. You find a lot of pottery in the pottery and other goods, and the quality and the quantity varies from burial to burial. And on the basis of that, we can make some inference about the social status and economic status of the person. And we also did a lot of sampling because if you could get this parasite eggs from the ancient remains, we could also identify the DNA of the person. In fact, the Korean scientists with whom we are collaborating, they have successfully extracted or found the parasite eggs from the ancient burials, and they have identified the DNA on the basis of the analysis of those parasite eggs. So we were also interested in that particular research. But as I mentioned, that the conditions so adverse that this we did not find any remains of that. But we did very extensive sampling for that. And then once the samples, before the samples were transported to our lab in Pune, they were properly packed and then transported to the lab. And then in the lab also we took the same precaution. And then the stage, the different methods that we adopted was immediately after the samples were brought to the Deccan College lab, we did anthropological examination. We published this particular research. Then we did the CT scanning. I will tell you why we have done the CT scanning. And this CT scanning is for the craniofacial reconstruction. Then we also tried this paleo parasitology. That is a new science now we want to develop. We are working on this also in India. And then of course sampling was done for this ancient DNA. And also we did a lot of scientific analysis, like stable isotope analysis, starch grain analysis, residue analysis, lipid profile, strontium, etc. And this analysis has given us enough idea about the health of the people, about the diet of the people, and maybe various other parameters of the people, and the ancient DNA analysis that we did. So yeah, in Rakhigarhi we excavated nearly 40 burials, and we tried very hard the extraction of DNA from this all the 40 burials. We investigated all of them. We did not find this DNA in most of the skeletal remains, and this was the only skeletal remain which produced the authentic and strong Harappan DNA. So this is the skeletal remain of a lady, maybe around 35 years old. So it was a lady luck for us. And this lady probably was from an affluent family, because you can see the amount of pottery, the goods found in this. So probably her status was slightly higher in the society. So we extracted DNA from this. And I have mentioned in part, the method that we adopted, how we, approach this. And this in 2019, of course, the paper was published. And from the title itself, we can make it clear that an ancient Harappan genome lacks ancestry from steppe pastoralists or Iranian farmers. Because most of the scholars, even today, there are some scholars who believe that the so-called Aryans came from the steppe region, from Central Asia to Iran, and from Iran to Indian subcontinent. That is the hypothesis put forth by most of the scholars. But we did not find any remains, any genomic remains in the skeletal remains of the Harappans here. So that means that Harappans had very distinct ancestry. And this research, when we published that, there are some few scholars who started doubting our research, because they say that the data that you have is very small. Maybe you have only skeletal remains from, or the DNA from only one skeletal remain. That is not enough. But let me mention that even if you have skeletal data from 100 skeletal remains, it is going to be the same. It is like testing the rice, whether rice is cooked or not. We picked up one grain and tested. So similarly, in this field also it is like that only. Even if you have DNA from one skeletal remain, you can make a lot of inferences from that. So that is one criticism. Secondly, a lot of people say that it is a politically oriented research. It is not, because I started this research in 2007-8, and suppose we had succeeded in that, maybe that time, it could have been published in 10 or 11, and the results would have been the same. So it is not right to say that. But and then there is one international genomic conference, a very big organization, scientific organization, and they had identified 9 breakthrough researches in genomic science, and this was one of them. So that means now this research that we carried out is identified, is recognized by the international scientific community. So it has got a lot of authenticity now. So what is the results? Now what we have done, we have analyzed the Harappan skeletal remains, and we found that Harappans had a very distinct genomic history. It was not matching with the Iranians or outside world. So that means that a very distinct DNA or genetic history was developed in South Asia. So we wanted to find out when actually it happened. So we used the genomic chronology, in fact, to understand that. So we took it back to by 450 generations, and then we realized that around 12,000 years ago, maybe 10,000 BCE, the hunter-gatherers somewhere maybe on the Iranian border, they broke into 2 groups. One group came to South Asia, and one group went to Iran, and the group which came in South Asia, they started, they were developing its own ancestry here. It was very, very strong. Whereas the Iranians, the group went to Iran, of course, they occupied some part, but then they started mingling with the Anatolian people. So they have the mixed ancestry there. But the Harappans had very, 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 important, very distinct ancestry. And from the Harappans, it continues into the modern population also. So we analyzed nearly 3,000 modern people, and we selected people from different groups, different religious groups, different linguistics groups, and from different parts of South Asia. Nearly there are 140 groups. So we you know we check the DNA of all the 140 groups, and what we found that most of the people in South Asia, from maybe Andaman Nicobar to Kashmir, and from Afghanistan to Bengal, most of them have the continuation of the Harappan ancestry. So the amount of that is between 25 to 30%. So that means we all of us are descendants of the Harappans. The remaining, of course, as I mentioned, that right from the beginning, we had contact with outside world. So a lot of mixing was happening right from the beginning. So maybe 3% maybe Iranian ancestry fine, 3% maybe Central Asians, 3% maybe West Asians, like that. So this is how the composition happened, and that continues till today. So this is the kind of research that we did. So now we can say that with certainty that the most of the developments right from the beginning of settled life till this urbanization, most of the developments were done by the people living in this part of the of the world, and they were responsible for the early developments in this part. And the Iranian farmers and the steppe, maybe pastoralists had very little role to play in the development of ancestry in South Asia. So this negates, in fact, the so-called Aryan invasion theory. And since there is a continuity for almost 12,000 years, there is no break in the ancestry. There is no discontinuity. There is no introduction of new ancestry in South Asia at any stage, nor there is any introduction of new cultural elements, because in general practice is that when people move from one region to another region, and when they settle in the new region, they generally you know introduce their own cultural elements there. For example, when Indians settle in America, we can always identify the houses of the Indians, because they have a lot of Indian cultural elements in their houses. So that's how it happens, and this is a human tendency. So at no stage in South Asia we find this type of. We do have evidence of contact, but no introduction of a new culture in South Asia at any stage. So there is a continuity for last 10,000 years. So we have that evidence, and the Harappans began to spread in major part of in maybe West Asia, even in Iran, and also in Central Asia. So we have that evidence. We studied two sites, in fact, about which I mentioned. But here you can see that we made the sampling of the modern population of all the different linguistic groups, Indo-Europeans, Dravidians, Austroasiatic, Tibeto-Burman. All these are the different, they are linguistic isolates. So we have done sampling in all these different population, and then we compared with the Harappan population. So I mentioned that we studied two contemporary sites, one in Central Asia, in Turkmenistan, Gonur, and the other one is in Iran called Shari Sokta. These were the sites which are contemporary with Harappans, and both the sites were excavated by the local archaeologists, and they did find a lot of Harappan material there, indicating the contact with the Harappans. And here also, when we did the, they also had skeletal remains. We did the DNA of the skeletal remains, and we did find the Harappan genes present in them. So that means the Harappan started moving out maybe around 2500 BCE. One maybe one misunderstanding in our publication, which is spoken frequently, is that we talk about the arrival of the Indo-Europeans after 2000 BC, but our you know uh, statement was that after 2000 BC, maybe the interaction was more because maybe around 2500 BC, people began to explore new areas. They came in contact with people in different parts of maybe Central Asia or Iran, and then of course those people came to know about this region, so they started coming after 2000 BC in more numbers. That is the only difference. Otherwise we have a continuity for last 10,000, 12,000 years. Then how this this the entire ancestry has moved in fact from northwest to other parts of the Indian subcontinent. So we have archaeological data. We have the second oldest settled life evidence comes from Ganga Basin around 6500 BC. So these people started developing contacts with this region. The third contact comes from the Mewar region of Rajasthan around 4500 or 5000 BC, and in the rest of the country it is around 3000 or 2500 BC. So this is how the movement happened in fact from Saraswati to Ganga Basin, from Ganga to other parts, maybe eastern part of India, so Deccan and southern part of India. So we have very strong archaeological data in this respect. So you can say that Harappans were not the only people living at that time. There were a number of regional cultures outside the Harappan region, and the entire South Asia was occupied, both in fact on the eastern periphery of the Harappans and also on the western periphery of the Harappan region. And this is how the movement must have. We have the second oldest evidence from the Ganga Basin. We have the archaeological data from that. We have from the Ahar region, or that is the Mewar region of Rajasthan, then from Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and South India. So this is how the movement in fact must have happened about the people, and this is how these people came in contact with different regions. So population of all these three, maybe except the Tibeto-Burman, most of the linguistic groups have the common ancestry. The Andamanis, the Dravidians, Austroasiatic, Indo-Europeans, they have the common ancestry. And then, of course, we find, of course, these are the photographs I got from Dr. Thangaraj. So Thangaraj has worked on, on extensively on this.
Excuse me, sir.
So,
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
You need to conclude your talk in the next 5 to 7 minutes, if possible.
Okay. Yes, I'm on the course. Don't worry.
Yeah, thanks.
So then people will wonder how come that there is such a diverse complexity in fact in the Indian subcontinent, how these appearances differ from region to region. And here in fact I would like to mention that ancestry or the genes has nothing to do with that. So most of these people have the common ancestry, but because of the maybe geographical region, because of the food habit, because of the what kind of mixing has happened with with different regions, it depends on that. So for example South Indian people look slightly different because there's more mixing in fact with the with the African population there, whereas North Indians are more mixing with maybe Iranians and Central Asian population, therefore they look different. Because of this this different complexion come into existence. And then the last part of the lecture that I will move to the reconstruction part of for the first time we have done the facial reconstruction of the Harappan people. We did for initially for two people. One is the Harappan boy, maybe around 1800, 19 or the 18 years old, and you can see it's a complete skeletal remain. And the other we did was for the Harappan woman, which is around 45 years old. Her skeletal remains are also quite intact. So for the reconstruction, we need two sets of data. One, of course, the matrix data, the measurement of the bones, which we did in fact while we were excavating. And the other data, of course, we need the inner anatomy also. And by doing this CT scanning of the skeletal remains, we could get that particular data. And that data was ultimately fed in the computer, and computer has generated stage by stage the reconstruction of the Harappan maybe 3D features. So it first reconstructed the part of the broken skull, then slowly it started putting blood and maybe muscles on that, and then finally skin. And you can see that the Harappan boy and the modern Haryana boy, they look exactly same. Also in case of woman also you can see that there is so much continuity. So there is a continuity now we have archaeological data, there's continuity. In genetic data also we have continuity, and also in the craniofacial reconstruction also we can see continuity in the appearance of the people. So these are the three kinds of data that we use for the reconstruction purpose. And then on the basis of that only, we have come to the conclusion. So the broad conclusions, I am not going to read all, but one is that most of the, the neither Iranians nor Stepes have contributed to the making of the South Asian ancestry. Then most of the developments, right from the beginning of domestication, settled way of life, village life, city life, then we have a lot of traditional knowledge system, which was also developed by the Indian people. So they were authored by the Indian people. That is quite clear. Then the movement of people, ideas were flowing from one region to another region, and that was happening right from the beginning of settled life. And we can always believe that that South Asians, but they had very distinct genetic history and very distinct cultural history. So this is the kind of research that we have done, and this has got tremendous implication. In fact, now I will talk separately, in fact, on the implication on the Indo-Aryan hypothesis, implication on the Vedic culture and Harappans, and also what kind of knowledge system that was developed by the Harappans. So that is a separate question. But I will stop here, and if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, sir, for giving your valuable insights on the topic. So with that, we'll go ahead and take some time for the questions.
Yes, sir, one question.
So we have few questions from the audience.
Sure.
Hello, sir. I'm Kumudas, assistant professor in Media and Journalism Department. I have one small query. There was some recent findings at Rakhigarhi. There was, I think, for 3-4 days back. So, do you think that the recent findings will help us make us self-reliant in archaeological? As you rightly said in your speech, that we are dependent on other parts of the world to know our own ancestors, who were our ancestors and all. So do you think the latest findings will help us to know our ancestors more than on our own, rather than depending on other part of the world? Thank you.
No, presently the Archaeological Survey of India is excavating at the site of Rakhigarhi. And the reason behind the excavation is that they want to develop the site from tourism point of view. So during this, while developing the site, they also want to generate some more data. So the data that we have, particularly for the genetic reconstruction, we have small data. So if you have more data, at this stage, we cannot talk about the composition of the people at Rakhigarhi itself. We believe that maybe there were different groups, but unless we have more data, perhaps we cannot talk about that. So once we have more data, at this stage, they have only generated, the skeletal, data of the skeletal remains. Maybe 2-3, skeletal remains they have excavated. But those skeletal remains, we have collected samples for DNA research. So once we start doing that, whether there is, the presence of DNA is there or not, that we have to ascertain first. And once we find more DNA, perhaps we can discuss about these issues like the composition of the Harappan population, different groups within the maybe within Rakhigarhi or outside Rakhigarhi also. So that is the kind of research which will be continuing.
Shinde? Yes, please. Thank you, Professor Vasan Shinde. This is a professor of practice, Vinayak Sathe. I have one question that you've shown that us that facial reconstruction,
Yes.
and you have genetic. So the technology used right now, we have here the 3D printing and the digital manufacturing, digital fabrication lab.
Okay.
So we are looking for what technology you have used, so that also we for the genetic, sequencing, right? How you use that genetic traces to identify the time epoch, and the correlation between the different ethnic background to that. I just want to if you show the light on that. Thank you.
Yeah. Say, when it comes to the development of the chronology, of course, we have a lot of datable material available. We have a lot of charcoal samples, which can be dated, by using carbon 14 methods. We have done that. Then we also have a lot of actual evidence. I talk about these two sites outside India, Gonur and Sharisokta. So there we find actual Harappan, this material there. So on the basis of that, we say that both of them are contemporary. So that is how chronology, cultural chronology develop. Then uh, the genetic part is concerned. Of course, at CCMB, we are developing that facility, national facility now, and we are inviting collaboration with different agencies now. We will be collaborating with the Harvard University, with the Koreans, etc. So here, we want to develop our capacity here, and we also want to train people here. So maybe you are also welcome to join this particular maybe group here. And then as far as the craniofacial reconstruction is concerned, we are in a process of developing that in CCMB also. We don't have facility yet because we use the expertise of the Koreans, because Koreans have done a lot of research in this respect. And perhaps this Seoul National University has one of the finest forensic science departments. So we took the help, but the process is very simple. They have developed a program, and if you feed the data that I mentioned about the maybe metrics data and the data generated from the CT scanning, if that data is fed there, the computer starts reconstructing the feature. So that's how we have done that. But we want to develop that particular facility. And the next stage that we also want to want that the museums in India and outside India, they also put the replicas of the Harappan people, 3D reconstructed facial features. So maybe we can also collaborate on the on printing of these maybe 3D features of the Harappans, and we can provide them. So certainly it will be good in fact if we can collaborate on this particular aspect also. You have to unmute. I can't hear you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So there is one question from Professor Rajiv Negam. He's asking, is there any attempt to do DNA studies on a skeleton from Lothal?
Yes, we have already collected. Rajivji, we have collected samples from Lothal also. We have collected samples from from Kalibanga and from various, because unless we analyze samples from different Harappan regions, different Harappan sites, perhaps we will not be able to. The research that we have done, that has given us a hint, and now we have to pick up from that. So we are going to do that also. Yes, definitely.
Sir, what is the purpose of the twin burial at Lothal? What socio-economical implications you draw from
No, frankly, I do not know. Unless we study those skeletal remains freshly, perhaps we will not be able to say that. Because when S.R. Rao excavated, he said that probably this shows the indicates the sati tradition, because he found one male and one female, and on the head of the female there was some, according to him, there was some maybe injury marks, and he suggested that female was killed, and that was sati, maybe beginning of the sati tradition in South Asia. But actually we have to study them, because like at Mohenjo-daro, Wheeler said that these are the people killed by the Aryans, but later when the scientifically they were studied, we did not find. So similarly, we should study the skeletal remains again from the site of Lothal also, and perhaps then only we can shed light on that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So there is another question from one of the YouTube viewer. He's asking, there is a Harappan site in Jammu and Kashmir named Manda. The
Yes.
person is working on it. He wants you to enlighten him on what methods and techniques he should follow.
No, it's Manda is a very small Harappan site, and it was maybe one of the Harappan small villages, and number of different villages came into existence. And this site, it is in a very bad state. It is not really well protected now. But if you want to excavate, you have to follow the conventional excavation method there. The way we excavate any other site, we have to follow the same method. But that has to be done by the archaeologists, trained archaeologists, not by someone who has no idea. So that can be done, of course. But unfortunately, the site is badly damaged, and there are hardly any traces left now. I visited the site a couple of years ago. Okay.
Thank you, sir. There is one last question from Swet Chandra from the audience.
Yes, please.
Hello, sir. I'm Professor Swechandan, and I was listening your lecture. It was really wonderful, very, and especially I like the in the Indian map, colorful map. What you have shown, it was really very wonderful. It was, and I was thinking, I have I'm saying you. Do you think the more research will be carrying out in related prehistoric age society? As a whole, society will be united, or people will be connect themselves with a separate group, and it will divide the society, because Steve Jobs books I was going through, when he came to know about the ancestor, he became very mentally disturbed, because he was thinking that, oh, this thing was happening to me. So do you think that people will know the reality? They will become happy, or they will it will more despair kind of thing? Thank you.
No, I think we are not studying this DNA of the modern people for their information. We are using that data for our research. But I don't think anybody will have any issue, because I examined my DNA, and I found a lot of, maybe there was some traces of maybe Greeks and Romans also in our ancestry, because I am from the Konkan part of Maharashtra, and the Greeks and the Romans landed on the coastal part, and they started mingling with the society. That is how the mixing happened that time. So I don't think people will be really concerned about that. But the data that we are generating is for purely for research purpose. And one thing that I would like to mention here, that the research that we have carried out, there that indicates that people have they were different groups certainly, but these groups have worked together, in fact, for the development of the culture. And that is one lesson maybe we can take from them, that all of us, even though we are following different religions, so maybe religious side, maybe faiths, etc., but all of us, Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Isai, all of us have the common ancestry. So the message that we should send, that why should we fight now? No, we are one. Only we have following different ideas, that's all. So this research can be used for that purpose also. That's yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
It's a pleasure. Thank you very much. Yes.
Moving ahead, our third speaker for the day is Professor K. Thangaraj. Professor Kumaraswamy Thangaraj is the director of Center for DNA Fingerprinting and Diagnostics at Hyderabad. Prior to this, he was a chief scientist and group leader at the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad. His main research interests are origin of modern human, cardiovascular diseases, mitochondrial disorders, and male infertility. He has published over 275 research articles, including Cell, Lancet, Science, Nature, and Nature Genetics. He is an elected fellow of Indian Academy of Sciences, Indian National Science Academy, and National Academy of Sciences. He is a recipient of several awards, including J.C. Bose Fellowship, Sun Pharma Research Award in Medical Sciences, Raman Research Fellowship, Lifetime Achievement Award, Excellence in Science Award, Distinguished Scientist Award. He is also a member of the editorial board of several journals, including Scientific Reports, Human Genetics, and Clinical Genetics. He was the president of the Indian Society of Human Genetics from 2011-2015 and the founder of the Society for Mitochondrial Research and Medicine. Today, he is going to deliver a lecture on human origin, health, and disease. Over to you, sir.
Unmute yourself.
Kindly unmute yourself, sir.
The slide is on full screen mode.
No, sir, not full screen mode. Please go to full screen.
You can see your screen.
Is it okay now?
But it is not in full screen mode.
Yeah, I don't know
First,
what kind of.
first you have to go to full screen mode, and please second the full screen mode screen.
Yeah, I know, but problem is it's the full screen mode only here.
Okay, okay, sir. Please continue. Can you continue?
Let me see if this works.
Fine, sir. It's working.
Is it working?
Yes.
Is it full screen mode now?
No, sir, but
It's fine, sir. Try pressing F5, see if it works. Function 5, F5.
that was okay.
He left the meeting, I think.
Yes. So how to Windows? No.
We will wait for Professor K. Thangaras to join.
Anyway, I'll go without the full screen mode. Right.
That sounds great, sir.
Could you see this slide?
Yes, sir.
I'll maybe maximize it. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Can you see the slide?
Yes,
sir.
Okay. Anyway, sorry for this interruption right from the beginning. And thank all the organizers, particularly my former colleague, Dr. Shashi Singh, for inviting me to give a talk. What I'm going to talk to you is about my own research, which we have been doing for the last maybe 2.5 decades. Mostly it was done in CCMB. The title of my talk is about the human origin, health, and disease. So by looking at the title, you may be wondering that what is the connection between human origin, health, and disease. But in fact, one of the well-known evolutionary biologists, Debjansky, so he mentioned in one of his articles, the title is "Nothing in Biology Makes Sense Except in the Light of Evolution." So as my talk goes, you will realize that how important this statement is. As all of you must have studied about Darwin's work, mostly working on evolution, and he wrote a book in 1858. The title of book is The Origin of Species. So where he has mentioned about almost all the organisms, right from orchid to whales, about their origin. But what was missing in that book was that how human might have originated. Another evolutionary biologist, Thomas Henry Huxley, so he wrote a book in 1863. The title of the book is Evidence as to Man's Place in Nature. He was arguing that we all must have descended from apes. Darwin wrote another book in 1871. The title is that The Descent of Man, where he declared that chimpanzee and gorilla are our closest relative in terms of looking at the anatomical similarities. In fact, now with the human genome and the sequencing of many other organisms, we know that we all must have descended from apes and chimpanzees. And if you look at this slide, it clearly shows that the human and chimpanzee have evolved from a common ancestor called hominids about 6 to 7 million years ago. So what happened during these 6 to 7 million years, if you look at, so these are different species, most of them have vanished. Okay, but so what happened during the 6 to 7 million years? How much of evolution has taken place? There are very distinct features, like early species might not have walked with 2 legs, but we have developed the ability to walk with 2 legs called as bipedalism. And another distinct thing is that our brain size has increased a great capacity. If you look at the early species, chimpanzees, the brain size was as similar as chimpanzee. Then in Australopithecus, brain size was 35% of the modern human. In Homo habilis, 50%. Homo ergaster, 60%. And it has gradually increased. And it is very surprising to see that our close relatives in terms of evolution, Neanderthals, where the brain size was slightly larger than human. But now question is whether they are more intelligent than human or not. We don't know. But this species is no more, has been vanished. And there are several interesting hypotheses. One of the hypotheses given by Paul Mullers from Cambridge, he said that why this species has vanished. He interestingly say that inherent violent behavior of modern human probably responsible for vanishing of this species. Nobody knows whether it's true or not, but it's very interesting. Then if you look at that, what the features, anatomical features, what we gained the last 6 to 7 million years. And if you are geneticist, you always believe that both genetics and evolution goes parallel. So whatever this different we see, all because of the genetic changes. And I'll give you some example. For example, if you take human and Y chromosome of human and other non-human primates, this is a Y chromosome of human, chimpanzee, bonobo, gorilla, and other species, where you see that the SRY, that's a sex determining region on the Y chromosome, which is present on the P arm of the Y chromosome, or short arm of the Y chromosome. But in chimpanzee, you see that same gene, maybe slight modification, that is present in the long arm. In bonobo also long arm. Again, gorilla, it's in the short arm. Okay. Similarly, you see the other species also. There are a few more genes. You see that KLY, CDY, that's a chromodomain Y, deleted is zoospermia, and so on. So they're all in the long arm of the human Y chromosome, but they're all in the short arm of chimpanzee. But look at here, orangutan. Some copies are present in the short arm, some are present in the long arm. So what it tells is that so there's a huge amount of chromosomal rearrangement has taken place in the past. So that's what actually brought the human-like features, the way we look like today. And the question is that how did the features, how was the capacity for language, reason, and culture, which is encoded in the gene, has evolved? Okay. But there are several genes have been identified for giving a reason for every one of those. For example, I mentioned that the brain size has increased, and there's evidence saying that gene called myosin heavy chain that has a mutation. If you look at human and gorilla, so there's some mutation that allowed the human skull to expand. Therefore, there's more space created in the brain, more space created in the skull. Therefore, the brain size increased. So these are other genes. And there's another gene called protoendorphin that is involved in learning, experience of pain, perception, behavior, and memory. These are some of the unique features of modern human. So that again has the mutation. Similarly, FOXP2, that is essential for normal human speech and language. And that has a mutation when you compare between human and chimpanzee. So these are all played a major role in human evolution. But still you don't believe that genetics played a major role. Look at this family. So they are basically from Madras or Chennai, 3 brothers who born to a normal parents. Okay, look at their feature. They typically look like chimpanzee. So what it tells is the mutation which made us to gain the feature like what we look like today as a modern human, and those mutation, probably there's a back mutation, for example A to G, which made us the way we look like today. So again, there's a back mutation. A to G becomes G to A. So therefore, there's a feature like this had happened. And you can ask whether one base mutation is sufficient for making this kind of drastic changes. Yes, in fact, we have seen in many cases, particularly, I can tell you that once base change in androgen receptor gene can make individual from male to female, although the Y chromosome is present, but they would typically look like a female, one base change. Similarly, there are some master regulatory gene which had a mutation which probably brought back the chimpanzee-like feature. Similarly here, look at these girls, where we have lost during the evolution the body full of air. Again, there's a back mutation which brought the body full of air of this child. So that clearly says that genomic changes is the one which involved in evolution and brought the human-like feature. Okay, so that's some kind of background. Now you come and look at how the modern human have originated. It's very established fact that the modern human originated in Africa about 160,000 years back. But now the question is, how did they migrate from Africa to other continents? There were 2 hypotheses. One is that the modern human must have taken the northern land route. That was supported by historian, archaeologists, anthropologists, including some geneticists. But others didn't believe on that. They believed that the modern human must have taken the southern coastal route. These are all based on the archaeological evidence present in other places. This archaeological evidence present in Australia suggests that the modern human must have arrived in Australian continent about 50,000 years back. China 39,000 years back. Middle East 47,000 years back, and Europe about 40,000 years back. But unfortunately, we don't have very good archaeological tools to find out when did the modern human arrive. Although now we have data which Professor Shinde presented, but this tells about what happened in the recent past. But to tell about historically how modern human migrated, so that evidence is not present in India. There are some early evidences. This is one of the archaeological evidence which was in the place called Jwalapuram in Andhra Pradesh, where the team have excavated and found a lot of stone tools which probably the modern human must have used. But unfortunately, they could not find any biological material. No bones, no air sample. Otherwise, it would have given some clue. But this was predicted probably around 60,000 years back or 70,000 years back. This must have been used. but we don't have any biological evidence to suggest that when this the modern human must have arrived here. This Professor Sinde has presented about this particular work, where we have shown that this sample has combination of both the early modern human and also Iranian hunter-gatherer. Of course, he has presented a lot of information. I'll not go once again into that. Then we also have sequenced large number of bone sample, not only from India. Of course, we don't have samples, but these are all from Central Asia, mostly from Iran and other places. So what is suggests that, again, it's not giving enough information about early human migration, but what it tells us is about the migration which happened about 1000 to 2000 BCE. Again, it's not telling anything about the early human migration. So this, of course, gave additional information about how the Indo-European language must have spread. In the recent past, there was excavation in Kiradi and Adichanallur in Tamil Nadu near Madurai. Again, so far we don't have any genetic information to talk about. Of course, Dr. Shanti Papu must be talking more about what is happening in this region, so I'll not go into that. So what I'm going to tell you about, in the absence of archaeological material, which is of very, very early days where the human must have started migrating. So we have excellent group of population in India. We thought that analyzing their genome probably give us the information about when the modern human must have migrated. So in India, as you see the picture, we have population who typically look like Africans. We have population typically look like Europeans. We have population typically look like South Asian. We have people who typically look present only in India, nowhere else. So all this makes India is one of the very complex country in terms of human diversity. So no, I don't know how many of you are aware. In India, we have 4,635 anthropologically well-defined population groups. You don't find such a huge human diversity anywhere in the world. Okay, that includes 532 tribes, 72 primitive tribes. Half of them still follow hunter and gatherer lifestyle. That means they'll just go and hunt for food. They don't do any job, including agriculture. Okay, so having such a huge population diversity in India, we thought that we should look at the genome of Indian population. Probably that would help us in giving very strong idea about the origin of population in India. As I mentioned earlier, we have been looking at Indian population genome for the last 2 to 2.5 decades. While doing this, we came to know that the very first out of Africa human is in Indian subcontinent. So who are they? They are none other than the tribal populations of Andaman and Nicobar Islands. I don't know how many of you are aware. In India, it's a population typically look like Africans are residing. So they are in Andaman and Nicobar Islands. To give you some clue where they are, and you know that there are a group of islands, 572 highlands, which is about 2,000 kilometers from Chennai and also from Calcutta. There are 6 tribal groups. 4 of them typically look like African. That's Jarwa, Great Andaman, Sentinelese, and Onge. They live in different islands. And there are 2 population who typically look like Southeast Asian groups, like Nicobaris and Champagne. While these 3 groups have some kind of contact with the people who are migrated from mainland to islands, but Sentinelese are still in isolation. Nobody can go near them where they will shoot with the arrow. So we had a very good opportunity to go and collect the sample, of course, with a lot of permission from government. And we reached a place called Dugong Creek, where the Onge stays. So we collected the samples. That was, of course, 20 years back. And we used different kind of genetic markers. You know that mitochondrial DNA is maternally inherited. We all have mitochondria, and inside that there's a mitochondrial DNA, which we all inherit only from the mother. There's no paternal contribution of mitochondria or mitochondrial DNA. We also use the Y chromosome marker because all the males will get the Y chromosome from the father. So it goes in a male lineage. So these two would give us a clue about the maternal and paternal lineage. That's why we use that. We also use the nuclear gene, other autosomal markers. Now there's opportunity for us to look at 1 million genetic markers across the genomes, well spread across the genome. So let me start with the mitochondrial work which we did long ago. When you sequence the mitochondrial DNA, and if you compare two different individuals' mitochondrial DNA sequence, if they are unrelated, you expect that there will be a change. For example, here one sequence there is a G, other sequence there is a A. Here again there is A and G, there's A and G. So this is a very short stretch. If you use complete mitochondrial DNA, you get a lot more such variations. Of course, we used for about 20,000 individuals, but what I'm going to present you is the work which we did on Andaman Islanders. We sequenced many individuals, both Onge, Java, and Great Andamanis. And once you sequence the mitochondrial DNA and identify the variation like this, like the G is the position, then A and A again. So we construct the haplogroup. It's called as mitochondrial haplogroup based on the mutations. If individual has set of mutation, they will fall in here, L1. If not that, they will fall here. So each haplogroup has a set of mutations. And each haplogroup is also predominant in some part of the world. For example, if you take L-derived haplogroup, L1, L2, L3, that is restricted to Africa. This is a mitochondrial tree that gives that they are the root for entire population. And as I mentioned, that every set of mutation can assign a specific haplogroup. Then you can see that in India, the M haplogroup is predominant. In Australia, you have set of haplogroup, PNG Islander. If you look at Europe, Middle East, North and South America, they are all different haplogroups. When we sequence the mitochondrial DNA of Onge, Great Andamanis, and Jarvas, we expected that probably they will fall in any one of these haplogroups. To our surprise, they didn't fall in those haplogroups because they have unique set of mutations. So these mutations are present only in Andamanis, but not elsewhere in the world. Therefore, we defined a new haplogroup called M31 and M32. And what is another interesting aspect of this is that we can actually calculate the age of the population based on the mutation. So using this is the very first genetic study demonstrating that the Andamanis are the first modern human who migrated out of Africa, taking southern coastal route and reached here about 65,000 years back. This is the very first genetic study, of course, published very, very long back. After doing that, then subsequently we did a lot of study. Again, I'm going to tell you very important study where we used the 1 million SNPs from the nuclear genome. Because after human genome was sequenced, this was developed. And in this study, we carefully chosen population from all the 4 linguistic families: Dravidians, Indo-European, Austroasiatic, Tibeto-Burman. We also used Onges and Great Andamanis and also Nicobaris. And we selected 25 population from 15 states. We also used human genome diversity panel and HapMap data set. We used very strong statistical tools. And we have come up with a very strong evidence that in India, there were only 2 founding populations. So who are they? So we have shown that earlier Andamanis have migrated from Africa. This is very deep rooted. And while the Andamanis were migrating from Africa to Andaman Island, some groups stayed in southern part of India, whom we call as ancestral South Indians. And there was second wave of migration, probably from Africa. People migrated towards north. One group has gone to Europe, and the other group has come to northern part of India, whom we call as ancestral North Indians. Okay, so then these two groups have admixed and gave rise to many population groups. On the other side, if you look at what is the very significant aspects of Indian populations, are say these are all different Indian populations. This is European HapMap samples, this is African, and this is Chinese HapMap sample. You can see there are many individuals, they are tightly clustered, many individuals here, many individuals here. That suggests that genetically these HapMap samples, European, African, and Chinese, are genetically more close affinities. But whereas look at Indians, every single population is unique. Okay, again, every single population is unique, but still there's some kind of affinities between the group. That's why they formed a cluster kind of gradient way. That means this population is unique, but still it has some kind of affinities with next population. Again, this has an affinities with this. So that tells that there are uniqueness, but still there are kind of combination of genetic information between different groups. So to understand that, when this admixture took place, ancestral South Indian and ancestral North Indian admixture, then we took another study where we used large number of samples from north and large number of samples from south, and based on again statistical information, you know that every generation, when the parents are transmitting their genetic material, so both father and mother contribute half of them. Again, next generation only half of them. There will be a lot of recombination takes place between homologous chromosome. Using that information, we try to understand, so when this admixture must have took place. We have shown that initially ancestral South Indian and ancestral North Indians have given rise to many populations independently, but there was an admixture between ancestral North Indian and ancestral South Indians, which happened about 2,000 to 4,000 years. Okay, so 2,000 years there was an admixture even took place. That means they started migrating towards north and they started migrating towards south. So this happened. The admixture happened for the last 2,000 to 4,000 years. That color indicates there's a combination of genome of both ancestral South Indian and ancestral North Indian. But what happened after this admixture? Then every single population started maintaining the endogamy. Now you can see that everybody is very unique. Okay, so this happened about 2,000 years back. And why this happened, nobody knows, but you can imagine that people initially settled in jungle and they used, because they're all hunter-gatherer those days, if they use the existing food, some group must have migrated to other place and they established their village and something there. Then again, after finishing food, some group must have migrated to next place. So it must have happened that way. And the marriage pattern must have happened whoever is there in that particular place, because they are not going to go out and look for a girl or boy to marry. Okay, probably that happened. Then later on, the caste system which arose around 1,000 to 1,500 years must have put more pressure on every single population to maintain the endogamy. Okay, so that's next level of the finding. Now to understand what is the impact of that endogamy, because everybody marrying within the group. So there should be some kind of recessive mutation accumulating in the population. So we wanted to understand the impact of such endogamy. Therefore, we took another study, and now we don't want to restrict the study only with India, but we wanted to extend that to other South Asian population. If you include other South Asian groups, now the population size is 5,000. Now again, this is one of the very, very largest human diversity anywhere in the world. Why we wanted to include other South Asian group is because our earlier study showed that there's a lot of affinities of other South Asian countries with India. So one of the example, if you look at this study, where we used again 1 million SNPs, and this is called a structure analysis. And if you look at only South Asia, there are two component, genetic component. One is restricting that dark green color only within South Asia. Other one, the light green color, which goes beyond South Asia. But when we looked at only the component present only in South Asia, we found that about 50% of that actually has gone from India to our neighboring countries. So this is in terms of looking at human evolution and the history. But in terms of disease, again, another study or previous study where we identified a gene, identified a mutation, that's a 25 base pair deletion in a gene called myosin binding protein C3 gene, where if there's a mutation in a homozygous condition that causes 3 different kind of cardiomyopathy at very early age. Homozygous in the sense 2 copies of the chromosome carry the mutation, and it causes dilated cardiomyopathy where ventricle enlarges beyond the normal size, hypertrophic cardiomyopathy where the interventricular septums are so thick. It also causes this array of cardiomyocytes. Okay, but if it is existing the heterozygous condition, that means we have 46 chromosome, 23 pairs. One of the pairs has a mutation, one is normal, then it will not cause any disease until the age of 40 or 45, but later on it leads to sudden cardiac death. So such a very, very important mutation. When we looked at the population level, we found that it is distributed all over India in about 4.5%. But later on, we wanted to look at how it is distributed all over the world, and to our surprise, we found that that is restricted to only South Asian countries, okay, but not in other countries. But probably you may see that those who have migrated very recently to other countries, but it not actually present in the populations who are native in nature. Okay, so that means this mutation originated somewhere in India. We predicted about 33,000 years back, and now you can, if you take back, look at our population study. There was a 2 founding population. There was an admixture between these 2. So because of that admixture, it has got well spread across India. So these are the 2 reasons we wanted to go for looking at the impact of endogamy all over South Asia. So where we looked at 2,800 individual, every individual has been analyzed with 1 million SNP markers. Again, we carefully looked at all the linguistic groups, including some of the isolated groups like Andamanis, Nihalis, and a few more that represent 2,075 endogamous group. So we used large number of sample, and in this study, what we come up with the idea is that there's a lot of opportunity for us to understand a population specific disease causing mutations, because to our surprise, I'll tell you later on, that about 1/3 of the Indian populations are actually carrying a population specific recessive disease. So how did we come up with the idea? Is that we calculated the IBD score, identity by descent, and found that a large number of Indian population groups are carrying very high IBD score. So in a simple term, how we calculate the IBD score. For example, if you take any population and take 2 or 10 unrelated individuals and compare their sequence. So what you see, if they are really unrelated, then you will see variation at every 500 base or 1 kb region. Okay, that makes every individual is unique and unrelated. But if they say that they are unrelated in a particular population, but they are related several generations back, but you don't see any variation. You don't see much variation in a large chunk of DNA. So that means they will have the same haplotype. if you use 1 billion S&P and try to understand the IBD, if they are really not related, then the IBD will be less. If they are related, the IBD will be more. And the more IBD suggests that there's a more susceptible for population-specific disease. That's one example. What I can tell you is that in this, we also included Ashkenazi Jewish and Finnish population. Now you can see both the population have very tiny IBD score. With this tiny IBD score itself, causing large number of diseases. These are the diseases and these are the genes have been mapped because these are populations small in size and have been well studied for population specific disease. And interestingly, you see that most of them are autosomal recessive gene, right? Autosomal recessive mutations. If the mutation is dominant, that means in the 46 chromosome 23 pairs, if we take chromosome 1, there are 2 copies. One we inherit from the father, one from the mother. If there is only one chromosome carry the mutation, it expresses the disease, that's a dominant. Okay, so therefore, that's not a big issue because whoever is carrying the mutation has the disease. But the problem with the recessive disease is that unless otherwise both the copies of the chromosome carry the mutation, will not express the disease. So it means there's something is hidden. If father and mother are carrying the heterozygous mutation, I'll show you some example. They'll be absolutely fine. But when they marry, if they transmit the abnormal chromosome to the next generation, there it will become homozygous mutation because both the copies carry the mutation. It will cause the disease. So I'll give you how it happens. Again, you see that Finnish population, large number of disease. Okay, so these are all, and you can imagine with this tiny IBD itself, there is a large number of disease. But what would be the consequences of such a large IBD? Nobody knows. Even the medical community knows how many disease exists in each of these populations. So at least 1/3 of the population, I mean 83 out of 263 groups have such a problem. Okay. So to explain that how it happens, there's a pedigree, of course, most of you are aware. When you put circle, it's a female, square, male. And if you put line, that means there's a marriage between these two. And if you put line down and put circle or square, that means they're all their offspring. So in this case, there are 2 daughters. And you imagine this is the chromosome carry the mutation, again the mutation in heterozygous condition, recessive mutation. Therefore, there's no disease. She's absolutely fine. She's transmitting to the next generation. And both the daughters marries somebody from outside, okay, without that mutation. Therefore, no problem. It is going in heterozygous condition, generation after the generation. Now, you see that this mutation has come to this place. This mutation also come to this place. Okay. Now, they say that they are unrelated. So, they have lost their relationship. But now, if they marry, they will contribute this abnormal chromosome to the next generation. Therefore, there's a disease. So, I have a lot of examples to tell. This is one example where you see there's a mutation in a gene called polymerase gamma. It's called as POLG. Okay, this gene is a nuclear gene which is essential for replication of mitochondrial DNA. If there's any mutation, that will affect the replication of mitochondrial DNA. Therefore, there is a lot more phenotypic changes. So in this case, earlier I told one base mutation can change individual from male to female phenotype. So in this case, again, one base mutation. This is a wild type. This is the heterozygous. Okay, both the parents are heterozygous. C is a wild type, as you see here, and T is the mutant. Okay, both the parents are heterozygous, carrying both one chromosome is with the C, other chromosome with the T. Okay, C and T, C and T. 45 years, 39 years, they are absolutely fine. But unfortunately, so they transmitted the T. Father transmitted the T, mother also transmitted the T. Therefore, there's a disease, huge problem, encephalopathy, seizures, stroke-like episode, and most importantly, they are dying at very, very early age, very premature death. Okay, at the age of 13, at the age of maybe again 12 or 13. So when we did this, when we started, this child was alive, but immediately he passed away we don't know the consequences of this child. But fortunately, this child is heterozygous, and now we provided enough information. This is the mutation which causes the disease in homozygous condition. Now, maybe a couple of hundred is sufficient for testing it when you wanted to marry, when you grow and marry. So just whether the girl also has this mutation, whether he marries somebody within the family or outside the family in the same community, so that can be avoided. So this gives you clue that there's a multiple mitochondrial DNA deletion because of the polymerase gamma has a single base mutation, right? And these are some of the histological changes where there's a rag blue fiber, Cox negative fiber, and also many other things. So in this kind of scenario, what is required is something like what the Ashkenazi Jewish practice. So they have a organization called Doreshim. It's a community genetic testing organization. They go to school, collect the sample from the school children, then they sequence the whole genome, put it in their database. And when they grow, come to the stage where they wanted to marry, the boy and girl, they identify that so he wanted to marry her or she wanted to marry him. So they go to the organization, they take out the sequence and see whether they carry a same mutation in the gene, which anyway they have listed large number of mutations. And if they carry the mutation heterozygous condition, and they can explain them, give the counseling that this is a mutation. If you marry, you have to look for this particular mutation, the fetus. Therefore, you can avoid similar thing in the future, or you don't marry at all. So all this can, because of this practice, in fact, they eliminated a couple of disease from the community itself. So that's the kind of things which is required. So now the next stage, what we are doing is now we are looking at the population level, and it's very sad to say that there's a population near Madurai in Tamil Nadu. So the community, we found the large number of children with junctional headlids epidermolysis bullosa. So this is a disease particularly affects the skin, the rashes, and the children dies at very, very early age. And we did the exome sequencing and identified 11 base pair deletion in LAMB gene. And the parents are heterozygous, similar condition what I showed earlier. Parents are absolutely fine, but the children with the mutations are with the skin abnormality and also congenital disease. Therefore, they're dying at very early age. We screen the population. You can see that every population has more than one or two children have died, and the parents are carrying the mutation. Okay, so there's one more pedigree which I deleted because of limited number of times. So that means at population level, we can do a lot of help to the community. So when you go and screen the entire community, and we can provide absolute genetic counseling, therefore we can avoid such children in the future. We are also looking at the population level. Now we have shown 1/3 of populations are carrying the mutation. We don't know the mutation, but may be carrying the mutation because they have very high IBD score. We sequence those populations. Now we are analyzing. If you find something, then again we'll go back. In addition, there are some population with very defined disease at regional level or population level. So this is one such population called Handikudu. It's a place called Karnataka, and where you see most of the population with short stature, with bone abnormalities, with the severe pain. And this is a region called Udanam in Andhra Pradesh, where most of them are undergoing dialysis. And these are some of the example of population specific disease. Now we are analyzing all of those, and hopefully we'll come up with this mutation, and we may able to go to the population and give appropriate counseling. So that's our future. So with that, I would like to thank all my colleagues and collaborators, right from my mentor, Dr. Lali Singh, and most of my students and colleagues, and a large number of collaborators, David from Harvard, and many more as the list goes. Without their collaborations, very difficult to make this kind of studies. And also like to thank the funding agencies, right, from CSAR, UKRE, there's an UK India Educational Research Initiative grant, DBT, DST, and Medical Research Council at London. So with that, I thank all of you for listening. I hope I finish in time. And thank you very much. And I'll be happy to address if you have any question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful talk on human origin, health, and disease. We can take few questions now.
Hello, sir. I am Professor Swechandan, and I was going through your lecture. It was really very impressive, and especially I like, especially those. Yeah, it was from the science, and it was great to learn that you have studied human evolution such extensively, and and finally you have put the things in a very simple line diagram, like I have seen from Africa, the people have gone to Europe and then Andaman and then one branch. It was really very simple, simplistic. But I'm sure that how much work you have done on the ground. I have one. I was thinking that how suppose in India one child take birth, right? So how through stochastic modeling, because you have data, so much of data. So how much we can tell about a particular child, that about his disease, the kind of life he will live, taking any child, and because whatever data we are having. So what we can say about his prediction of lifespan, his disease, kind of disease he will be suffering from, and other things. So through stochastic modeling.
That's very interesting, but it's always dangerous to predict anything like this, right? The reason why I'm saying is that most of us, or all of us, are not free from any mutation. We all might be carrying some mutation, but not always is going to cause the disease, right? But unless otherwise, there is a disease running in the family. For example, some of them which I showed earlier, right? There is a mutation, there's a disease, right? Or there's a single gene disease, then you can predict. But if it is a multigenic, it's very difficult to predict. I give you one example where there's a sequencing company. So they want to be me to be in their advisory board, and they came and met me, and this is how they provide the report. So when I saw the report, I shocked, because they made a report after sequencing, and they predicted that that person will have 40% of risk for cardiovascular disease, 20% of risk for cancer, and another 10% of disease for another disease. So there are some 10 diseases they have listed, right? If somebody sees that, they would immediately collapse, because not necessarily that we might have the mutation. There could be also other gene which overcome that. Okay, so there's a suppressing that mutation if it is a particularly multigenic. Therefore, you can predict if, for example, it's a single gene disorder. You can predict, but you can also think that the environment play a major role. If we don't know how in that particular environment how the child is going to grow, so it is not advisable to look at the sequence of any individual and predict what kind of disease, how the child is going to grow, what kind of job he or she is going to take it up. So I leave that. You can imagine that how difficult it is to come up with any kind of such what you call prediction. You're muted.
Thank you, sir. There is one question from the YouTube viewer, Shweta. She's asking, can all genetical diseases can be cured by genome mutation? I think she's asking, can all genetic diseases can be cured by gene therapy?
Gene editing can be done, but not all the disease. But because it's not very simple, straightforward, although there are a lot of examples. So one of the example is, I think the myosin binding protein C3 gene, which causes cardiomyopathy. So there is a success in that. But the problem is that because when we do the CRISPR-Cas based gene editing, but there's a lot of off-target effect. Okay, therefore, again, it's not advisable to do that. There are other way of doing it. For example, particularly mitochondrial disease. Again, it's successful, but we'll have to wait and see how the child has grown. So mother has a mutation, mitochondrial DNA mutation. She knows she is going to transmit that to the next generation. With the mutation, she was suffering. But what they did was, they did mitochondria replacement therapy. They took a donor and they removed the nucleus of the donor. That means the entire cytoplasm, including the mitochondria, is from the donor. Then they remove the nucleus from the mother's egg and they introduce there. So now the egg has nucleus of the mother, entire cytoplasm of the donor. Then they fertilize with the father's sperm, and that again, a lot of regulation that happened in one country, but that country didn't allow us for the delivery, so they have to go to the other country for the delivery. So they're all happening, but a small scale. It has its own disadvantage, but theoretically it's possible, and also it has been shown that it's possible, but it has a lot of other implications.
Rightly said, sir. Thank you very much. We have one question from Professor Shashi.
I have, Angraj, I have two questions, not one question. One question is, do we find traces of Neanderthal thing in our genome, specifically Indian population, because even they migrated out. We find them at a lot of places. My second question is a little tricky, but I'll put it across because I had this for a very long time in my mind. In fact, at CCMB also, but somehow I didn't dare to ask. The question is, we have almost some 30-40 countries which comprise of Muslims, and I think that's why I was scared to ask. And they have this habit of endogamy there also. But I haven't seen many disease associations with those populations. I just wanted to understand this part.
Yeah, first let's thanks Shashi, and I'll start with the first question about Neanderthal's genome. Yes, in fact, we did the whole genome sequence of 300 individuals all over the world. That's in collaboration with Dr. David Reach. That was published in 2016, I think. Again, with the cover page of Nature, where we have shown that most of the individuals who are living out of Africa carry up to 5% of the Neanderthal genome. That's more prevalent in South Asian countries. So up to 5% of the Neanderthal genome we all carry. In fact, that's one of the study recently have shown that the 50 kb region which we inherited from the Neanderthal makes the South Asian more susceptible for COVID also. But of course, we have shown that it may not be the responsible, but we all carry. We also carry other genome, that is which was found in the cave. That is, I'm not sure. Denisovan, yeah, sorry. Denisovan, mostly that is in the South and Southeast Asian countries, up to 3%. Okay, that's coming to the second about the endogamy of the known population. In fact, because of the practice of endogamy, we know that, I don't know how you got an idea that they don't have the disease, but there is a large number of such disease existing in those populations also. So whosoever practice endogamy, it is well known that they have a population specific disease.
Thank you, sir. There is one question from another YouTube viewer, Priyanshu Patil. He's asking question about his mother. He's saying, my mother has YOPD. I think that means young onset Parkinson's disease with no family history. She's likely to have mutations in PRKN and SNCA, again, gene responsible related to alpha-synuclein gene. He's saying most probably she has PRKN mutations. What his question is, what ancestor reference are these mutations most likely from?
So unless otherwise we study, it's very difficult to say. Like once you identify the mutation, right, then you have prior knowledge about the mutation, then you can track it. Or even you don't have, you can in fact look at the flanking region of the mutation, construct the haplotype, and compare that haplotype with worldwide haplotype, and you can predict where this must have come from. So unless otherwise we do, it's very difficult to say.
Question is related to the first one. Are these mutations most likely due to stressors or due to other sympathetic disorders, maybe cardiovascular syndromes?
No, the mutation can arise at any point of time. So mutation can happen randomly, that's one. So mutation can happen because of the evolutionary pressure. Okay, I'll give you an example for that. There are a couple of examples I can give. One is the sickle cell mutation, where there's a malaria was very predominant, and to avoid malaria parasite entering into the cell, there's a mutation which arose in the genome, which made the cell RBC into sickle shape. Therefore, the malaria parasite could not enter there, and there's a that's kind of avoiding the malaria disease. But of course, it has its own difficulties because they have different kind of phenotype, and also like the skin color mutation. So when everybody started migrating out of Africa, when everybody's dark with the dark skin color. So why the Europeans have very light skin color? That's because of the mutation SLC24A gene that arose because we need sunlight for vitamin D synthesis. When with the dark skin color, when there's no sunlight at all, even today, most of the European countries are with the dark, right? It's few months. Because they need sunlight, because the melanin content has to be reduced, the mutation introduced in the gene that made skin color into lighter. Therefore, with the minimum light, they could be able to synthesize vitamin D. So these are some of the examples. Similarly, when we started eating after agriculture, we started eating starch-rich food. The amylase gene become multiple copies for effectively metabolizing the starch-rich food. Similarly, lactate persistent gene. When we started drinking the milk, there's a mutation again introduced. So these are all because of the evolutionary pressure. Okay, and other kind of mutation is that when you are exposed to chemical mutagenesis and exposed to radiation, so that happened. Right? And what is anything else?
Yeah, Gunther, I think this answers his question. So thank you, sir. Thank you once again.
Okay. And wish you all the very best for the success talks. Can I leave now? Shashi, can I leave?
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
Moving ahead, our next speaker for the day is Professor Shanti Pappu. She is the founder secretary, Sarma Center for Heritage Education, India, a visiting professor in history and archaeology, Kriya University, and a former professor of prehistory at the Deccan College, Pune, India. For over 20 years, her team has been investigating aspects of early prehistoric occupation of South Asia through multidisciplinary efforts and studies across parts of northern and southern Tamil Nadu. She has published research papers in peer-reviewed journals, including Nature and Science, a book, and is currently editing a 3-volume series on the prehistoric archaeology of Tamil Nadu. Professor Shanti also holds a degree in law. She has guided 2 PhD and 2 MA students from the Deccan College and is currently on the PhD committee of a student at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, Israel. Her interests include art, literature, and films. Today, she is going to deliver a lecture on perspectives on prehistory in South India, from methods to minds. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Thank you for inviting me to speak here. And I'm just going to share my screen. Just a second. Let's open the presentation. Okay, I don't know whether you can see my screen. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, go to ma'am, please.
Not yet. Okay, just a minute. Is it there now?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you see it in slideshow mode?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Okay, just a minute. Just increase the. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Clearly.
Okay, is it again in full screen? I'm having some problem viewing it.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, great. So again, thank you very much for inviting me here. And I'm going to talk about some perspectives on prehistory, looking back in really deep time. So what I'm going to speak about involves not only aspects of processes by which we actually think about the past, but also ways of doing so. That is the methods that we use, as you can see in this little video here. And very, very important also, not only speaking about the research component, primarily, as you can see here, dealing with stone artifacts that we get, but also ways in which we can reach out beyond publications to communicate this knowledge to the people like children, teachers, and local stakeholders, as also anyone who is interested in the past. So this is what I'm going to try to summarize in this talk today for all of you. So firstly, why prehistory? What is the significance of studying the deep past? One is obviously, as Dr. Tangaraj has already set the stage by speaking about our human origins and the very complex story of evolution leading to who we are, what we are today. So it's really important to look at these common human origins and our common ancestry that we all share. Obviously, this is closely linked to our biological and behavioral evolution, and it's linked to the environment and the development of the human niche and changes through time. This is, of course, all related to the future. So when we talk about any aspect of the present, we cannot avoid thinking about the past, whether it's in terms of our biology or in terms of the way we think today, or the way we have attitudes towards cooperation or competition or aesthetic senses or language. Whatever we are today, we have to look back in time to search for the roots of what made us human. And obviously the future is involved in many, many different aspects. So just a few concepts before we move on. We are going to talk about deep time. So what you see actually in prehistory, most of it is what we see today, and what we study in textbooks and schools is like the tip of the iceberg. And what I'm going to talk about is this huge, vast time period that is really not much known about or spoken about or discussed, falling within a period called the Pleistocene. And almost everything which we do today and we speak about today is in this tiny period on top called the Holocene, which I'm not going to discuss in this lecture. And this is set in the context of major environmental changes, changes in behavior reflected in the material culture of these populations, and of course set against the background of human evolution. And all these are of course interrelated, and this is what we are going to look at. As far as South Asia is concerned, we like to divide things into boxes. So we divide cultural phases into various different time units, which each of which is linked to different species, sometimes different cultural components, different stone tools, different ways of life. And these are some of the terms which we use to categorize them. And of course, everything which you generally study in school, beginning with the Indus Valley or the first farmers, Iron Age, all your civilizations is just this tiny block on top. So today I'm going to talk about this period in deep time. For that, Dr. Tangaraj has already mentioned the complex story of human evolution, in which we have these multiple species, some of whom became extinct and others evolved into what we are today. Of course, the story is not that simple, and more recent research coming up even as I speak, and this is from John Hawkes, shows you the complexity of the interrelationship between different species. And also sometimes there is a recent trend to talk about this rather than as a tree of in the form of a tree, as a braided stream, indicative of the complexity of interbreeding and interrelationships between different species. What are the sources of information that we have? We have, of course, stone tools that constitute the most important source. We have features at some sites like possible ancient structures. We have aesthetic and symbolic proxies, for example, these ostrich-shelled beads or rock art. And of course, human and hominin biological remains and ancient DNA. At the same time, we also have all these ancient sediments and ancient soils. So we can draw information, huge body of information on past environments from sediments, from fossil plant remains, from fossil fauna, including microorganisms, and also a number of other proxies, isotopes, and so much more that we can extract from all these to be able to build our story about the prehistoric past. One of the things which I'm going to really speak about are stone tools, and we'll look at some terms here. So when a person picks up a stone and hits another one with it, we have terms such as core, which represents the parent body, flakes, which represent the pieces knocked off, of course, tools, and various other aspects which help us understand past technology and get into the minds of the tool makers. So these terms will come up as well during this lecture. And I'm also going to look at theoretical approaches. So when we make any inference about the past, and when we want to move, say, from stone tools or fossil plants or fossil animals towards interpreting what exactly was there, there is a very structured way of doing so. It's not common sense knowledge, it's not simply making up stories, but there are a number of theoretical approaches used in prehistory by which we arrive from the data extracted from sites and the way we interpret this to be able to conclude something about what was happening at any point in time. Now, why is South Asia so important? Firstly, it has a very long history of research. Right from the 19th century onwards, when the first stone tool was discovered by Robert Brucefoot, a site near, very close to Chennai airport, in 1863, and this was so significant because he was a geologist who identified this piece over here as not being natural but being an artifact, and based this on what was going on, the intellectual ferment, what was happening in Europe with Charles Darwin, Charles Lyell, John Evans, Prestwick, Boucher de Perth, so many others who were investigating the antiquity of human occupation and fossil extinct animals and proposing theories on the same. So it was not very long after that that this discovery was made in India and immediately pushed back the antiquity of the occupation of South Asia to be contemporary with what was happening elsewhere. Over these years, we literally stand on the shoulders of giants, many prehistorians who have filled up this map of South Asia with discoveries and interpretations on various aspects of the prehistoric past. But despite this enormous work, there are very few actually large-scale excavated sites, and we need many more publications, many more sites to be excavated to fill in many questions that need to be answered. We have also very long cultural trajectories, as I said earlier, in South Asia, dating back to definitely 1.5, 1.7 million, perhaps earlier, with a diversity of sites and tool types, and a great deal of regional variability across the nation, the country. We can therefore discuss a lot on issues related to why cultures changed in time. What does it mean? What was the relationship with the environment? What is the impact of migration versus local evolution? And a lot of issues have huge potential for being discussed in South Asia. In addition, with this regional variability and a lot of diversity at certain time frames across this geographic region, we can explore what was actually going on in greater detail and look at diversity and look at local environmental conditions, and so many other questions have huge potential to be answered. Of course, we have the interfaces between culture sequences, between the diversity of sites in different ecological zones, the diversity of cultural contexts set against the background of the species who made them. So, for example, if you zoom down to Maharashtra, you have a whole lot of sites such as Morgaon, Bori, Patni, Chirki, Navasa, which have a long history of research and which have valuable evidence pointing to not only occupation through time, but occupation in different geographic zones, different contexts, which have been dated and can help piece together bits of this wonderful puzzle in the story of human origins in India. We also have a lot of research going on in studies of stone artifacts. So in this little video which you see here, you see the ways in which we can replicate actually how ancient stone tools were made, the different technologies for the same, and then move on to very sophisticated ways of studying them under the microscope or using statistical packages to be able to understand and interpret the basic questions we have about past behavior. So this is where we are today, and we can actually begin moving from looking at tools to exploring the cognitive abilities of different tool makers at different points in times, and think about stone tools not merely as providing type lists of different types of tools, but go deeper into them. So Indian archaeology, also Indian prehistory, has only one lacunae, that is, we have very few fossil remains of these ancient hominids. So if you look at this simplified timeline, you'll see different species, and you'll see these bars, which represent the duration of occupation of these different species and associated cultures as regards South Asia. Now, for very early cultures, we really do not know if anyone was here or not. There's a big debate going on. But certainly from something called the Acheulean or Lower Paleolithic, we have extensive tools of perhaps Homo erectus, Ergaster, some associated species of this time period. Later on, we have greater complexity where multiple species are perhaps associated with similar technologies elsewhere in the world. And we have a debate as to who made these tools in India. And then later on, we have clear evidence of modern humans. So this is a sort of a simplified timeline, although unfortunately, we have very sparse fossils of this time period, mostly coming from the Narmada area and with multiple interpretations as to their age and as to which species they actually represent. This is also the case with fauna. Although we have a very rich faunal record, some of these sites are clustered in certain parts of the country, and very rarely often associated directly with the archaeological evidence. So although we have a lot of these fossil remains by which we can talk about migration of faunal animal populations, questions related to their extinction, questions related to their evolution, we still have a long way to go from bridging the gap between paleo-environmental proxies, which we have on one side, and actual interpretations of behavior. Whatever it is, South Asia has a wonderful data set, many of the sites of which have got dates as well. You can see here, this is just an example of dated lower Paleolithic sites, and which show that the antiquity and continuity of occupation has the potential to address many, many important questions which are of global significance. For example, when was South Asia first occupied? So if you look at this map, you will see some very, very old sites in different parts of Africa and different parts of Eurasia. And the question is as to whether India or South Asia was also occupied, say, around 2 million years ago. We have some tantalizing evidence from Rivat in Pakistan and from a site called Monsoon near Chandigarh, but these are being debated, and so a lot more research is still required to address this question. Then if you jump to around 1.7, 1.5 million years, we have clear evidence of the presence of tools marking this cultural phase all over South Asia and clearly indicating a very, very broad distribution of this culture across Africa, across parts of Eurasia at around this time frame or slightly later. And we have clear evidence of this from India. So we know that these populations were definitely here at this point in time. When it comes to modern humans, we have many different theories. As you can see on my screen, I have different maps proposed by different scholars and speaking about the migration of modern humans like us at different points in time and bearing different technologies. So the debate is still on. Now, with that very short background, let us go as to how, when one raises all these questions about the importance of South Asia and its rich prehistoric heritage, how does one proceed to tackle these questions? And I can give you some examples from our evolving research strategies, at least in South India, by which we have moved from looking at sites in isolation to situating India within a city, situating this small region or or South Asia as a whole within a very broad perspectives. So in this research project, there is a continuous movement between different scales. It can be a South Asian scale of understanding down to a very tiny regional scale, down to the scale of the individual artifact, or situating our site within the perspective of what was happening elsewhere in the world. So this is what I will be talking about actually. So we move between the individual with whom we have some interest in the past to looking at groups, variability, global worlds, ecological niches, and of course situating all this in the modern context of what is happening in the current research and academic context. And moving between the scale of the region down to the site and artifact and even deeper within. So I will be speaking of examples from this part of South India in and around Chennai. So when you look at the region on a very broad scale, you can see, as you can see in this tiny map here, lots of little green dots which are indicative of prehistoric sites. These have been discovered and documented right from the 19th century onwards, and our research hopes to add more information on different questions to this existing knowledge. So if you zoom in here into this very, very tiny region in northern Tamil Nadu, you can see every single yellow dot represents a Paleolithic site. And of this, we have decided to start our research at certain key sites in the region, which we hope will address some of our research questions regarding paleo environments, cultural evolution and trajectories, cognitive abilities of hominins, chronology, and more. So to do this, At the first level, we devised multi-pronged survey strategies. You have a very large region, you can't survey everything. So you have to adopt suitable strategies to be able to extract the maximum information which is meaningful for you. And these can include different strategies of transect surveys or very meticulous plotting of things across the landscape, or test pits, as you can see here, or even the use of non-destructive ground penetrating radar, by which you can actually pick up ancient sediments and layers which are of interest to you, and then decide what to do further, either excavate or study them in other ways, or whatever you want to do. Following that, you can also use a combination of satellite remote sensing and field surveys to write software, to write programs, and to predict where suitable sites may be formed. So we did this using exactly as I said, a combination of satellite data and taking into account a number of variables such as the distance of raw material sources, or drainage, or elevation, or whatever parameter is of importance to addressing your research question, and then running this program to identify areas which may have sites of interest. And then, of course, you can always go there and test your hypothesis, whether it's correct or not. So these methods of field survey, predictive modeling, use of satellite data together helps you maximize the efficiency of your time and your resources to be able to discover sites before they are completely destroyed by modern infrastructure development or whatever the region, and helps you narrow down to address your research questions very effectively. So, as a result of all this, you come up with a number of discoveries, and also the construction of huge databases of sites of different time periods, where a number of parameters can be studied at each individual site, and thereby build up the type of information that you require to address questions related to, say, landscape level adaptive strategies, or changes in the ways in which particular populations used this landscape through time. So, for example, we see that around 1.7 million years old, in this time frame, the occupation was mainly centered around this area, whereas subsequently in this time period, people moved all over. And then you can begin to ask the question as why? Was this related to raw material? Was it related to other ecological causes? Was it related just to preservation of deposits? So all these questions can then be addressed. You can also start thinking, as we did, on the geomorphological context of sites. So, are sites in rock shelters, or are they in these very fine-grained lacustrine or fluvial sediments, or in colluvial deposits, or in these sand dunes related to sea level changes? You can start thinking about what that meant in terms of the landscapes occupied, and also generate some models on variability in the nature of assemblages and tool types across the region. So you can start thinking about what people did on a landscape scale of occupation. You can also look at this level at rocks. Primarily in India, we get data from stone artifacts, and that leads us to the question as to where were the rocks. So this particular satellite map shows you, for example, different colored patches, which are areas representing different sources of types of raw materials or types of rocks used. For example, the red seen here is primarily quartzites, which were predominantly used to make these early stone tools, and then green represents something else, and so forth. So through this combination of mapping raw material sources and looking for them in the field, of course, you are able to get an idea about distances traveled, preferences through time of these different populations, and why they chose certain types of rocks rather than others, and so on and so forth. You can then move from the region down to narrow your focus to address specific questions at specific sites. So the selection of these sites is not random, but is again based on certain research questions that we had in mind. So let's look at how we do that. So firstly, for example, at this site of Athirampakam, It's been investigated right from the time Bruce Foote and William King discovered it in the 19th century. And since then, people have been visiting the site primarily because of these very, very rich clusters of tools that you see as you walk across the surface. So when we started research at this site, we had in mind certain questions and accordingly chose to excavate it, and very high resolution data recording strategies were adopted. Now, these will change from site to site depending on the nature of what you're doing, but it's very necessary as all excavations are in a way destruction. So whenever you are excavating, the best thing you can do is to meticulously document whatever you get, including sieving of all the sediments which you dig up, so that you can extract these tiny micro debitage or other tiny particles which you may miss, and of course recording everything possible. So this recording can be either by hand or by total stations or whatever method you are using, and by photogrammetry. So leading to the creation of very, very accurate maps of the sites you are digging, and also 3D visualizations of the same, not only to get, not just to get pretty pictures, but also to be able to do some quantitative and some other GIS based analysis at a later stage. So when you map the site thoroughly, as you can see in this contour map here, and then decide where you want to put your trenches, which can be of different types depending on your, again, your research question, you then attempt to maximize the sample you are obtaining from across a very vast area, for example, to get the results you want to use to address your questions. So at this site, Atharampakam, for example, the deposits go down very deep, almost 9 meters, and are divided into a number of sedimentary layers. So at the lowermost, very, very oldest deposits, we have something called the Acheulean or a lower Paleolithic, which is marked by very particular and characteristic tool types like you see in this image here. And this marks a very environment which was representative of perhaps a slow moving floodplain river with very low energy floodplain deposits and some small lakes and swamps all around, which these people were attracted to for certain resources, and therefore the tools were left behind, buried, and then reburied and reoccupied through time. So subsequently, you can see that after this occupation at the very lowest levels, a different population came here, and you have again another occupation by Middle Paleolithic people, tool making people, continuing right up to around 72,000, and then the site was somewhat abandoned. So in this way, we start building up our understanding of the stratigraphy, geomorphology, and processes of landscape formation through time at these sites. And when we dated some of the earliest deposits using both paleomagnetic measurements as also direct dating of stone tools through something called cosmogenic nuclide burial dating, we could get age estimates ranging between around 1.07 to 1.7 million years, which again now pushes this site back to being very, very old and possibly one of the oldest in India, along with others which are coming up now, and also enables one to think about terms of dispersals of population out of Africa into India. When did these occur? How did these occur? Who brought the tools? And also perhaps alternate hypothesis. So the dating of this site and others like Isampur, or even in Maharashtra, there are sites which are really old. I'm pretty sure Murgaon and Bori and other sites, Chirki perhaps, are equally old. This helps to place India or place South Asia within a broader context of other dated sites elsewhere in the world, and therefore you can think more about other processes, movements, migrations, and causes for the same on a broader scale. Now, when you go deeper into the stone tools obtained from these sites, our aim is not only to describe the tools, but go deeper into the minds of the tool makers. and to look at what is called a reduction sequence, or the entire process by which a tool is made, used, and discarded until it enters the archaeological record. So some of these very early tools look like what you see on the screen, and they can be used to infer a lot of things, not only about function, but about what were the cognitive controls, what was the population size, perhaps demography, and even explore issues such as language and many, many other aspects of the past. So, right from where these populations sourced the raw material and brought it to the site, to understanding what was happening both away from the site and at the site, we can build up a complex process of the entire reduction sequence and associated behavior, not only at this site, but at any site. We can look at patterns of what was brought in, why it was brought in, patterns of manufacture, patterns of sometimes recycling of waste material, and patterns of what was actually even removed from the site. So all this, along with experimental reconstruction, as you can see my colleague doing here, to actually experimentally replicate the technologies seen at these sites and go deeper into manufacturing, give us a very good clue. And I will just try to run this video here, give us very good clues as to actually what was going on, what were the skills involved, what was the learning process, and why did they make tools the way they did. So you have a diversity of manufacturing techniques, and all these can be actually replicated even down to the point of looking at errors. So all these studies together help us interpret the archaeological record in a better way. And I've just shown some clips. This video is available online, and you can have a look at it, and you can have a look at what we are trying to replicate and why we are doing so. Okay, I won't go into it in detail now. The ultimate aim is the significance of these lithics in terms of understanding human behavior. So when we are analyzing them, as I said, we do not just analyze the final tool type, but we go deeper, and you can see all these little colored patches help us reconstruct the removal of every single flake by which a tool attains its shape or morphology. And these can be further gone into depth with in terms of statistical analysis, experimental studies, as you see below here, or even studying the waste products which come from manufacture that have a lot of clues as to the processes of the techniques used, the mistakes perhaps made, and so much more. We also can go into depth in reconstructing past environments and studying not only the site but the surroundings to build up an idea of how environments have changed in the past. So if you have a particular archaeological or prehistoric site, you can study the entire landscape and then build up models as to where the river could have flowed, or what was the environment like, and how this environment has changed through time. You can also use, as we did, a range of other proxies. For example, we used phytoliths, you can use mineral magnetics, clay geochemistry, so many other variables and the techniques are available today. And we could actually put forward a picture of not only changing vegetation and between wooded areas, or periods where it was more arid, and through time, right to when the site was finally abandoned. So this sort of studies, all the articles are published, and you can have a look at them, and they're very effective in building up very small regional stories, which ultimately can help in putting together a bigger picture of what was happening in different parts of South Asia over certain time periods. And it's also very important to look not only at, for example, in this slide, not only at plants which were fossil plant proxies like phytoliths, but also to look at modern species like modern plants and understand how they behave, which have led to the creation of the fossil record. So when we study whether fossil plants of animals or even sites, we go deep into something called taphonomy, or something by which we can actually look at various processes that influence the formation of the archaeological record. So ultimately, we can put forward a story of behavior as to why people were attracted to a particular area through time, and what was actually happening at this locality in relation to those across the landscape. Subsequently, we can also look at transitions. So say, for example, around 400 to 200,000, you had major changes occurring in shifts from a particular type of technology and behavior to something very different, which were occurring at different parts of the world. See, in this case, this is the Acheulean to the middle. This was also happening in India as well. And we pick up this evidence from sites like Athirampakam and others, where we could recently date various deposits and see transformations, which occur in time, leading to the discard and abandonment or shift in this very Acheulean technology to something which is very different and implies perhaps a different species for sure, and different modes of adaptation, different hunting strategies, different ways of subsistence, which occurred at this site in this region, and is probably paralleled at many sites in India. Lastly, we come to the issue of heritage management, and unfortunately, this is a picture you see everywhere. This is a bulldozer destroying a prehistoric site, and we have this happening all over India. To tackle this, we collaborated with NRSA ISRO and had a program on utilization of both satellite remote sensing to map actually impacts at sites, whether the impact is infrastructure or whether it is a water body or agriculture or whatever it may be, to quantify this. And then after quantification, you can actually put forward management plans which can be implemented in very practical ways, keeping in mind local concerns and local needs, and of course the desire for the archaeologists to preserve things. So this is also what can be done, including very, very safe storage of artifacts. This is crucial because prehistoric artifacts and sediments are very delicate, just like has been spoken of earlier, and we need to store them safely and conserve them for the future. And speaking of the future, very crucial aspect of our work includes public outreach, is where the present meets the past. And for this, we have been running a number of programs since 1999 at our institute, in which we actually take our research and communicate that to children, to teachers, to local stakeholders, where they get experiences of the past which are accurate, which are honest, in the sense that we share with them the knowledge that we don't know in addition to what we do know, and where they actually experience not only technology, but aspects of excavating sites, aspects of scientific studies which go on in the lab, and learn to discuss and communicate with scientists to share their interest and passion for the past, whether it is fossils or multidisciplinary approaches, or whether it's teaching students through courses on lithic technology. So all these aspects form a very, very important component of our research and our studies. So this is where I want to end. And I want to thank, although I am speaking, this research, as has been said earlier also, is the result of huge teams of collaborating scientists from different disciplines, different specializations, and from India and abroad. So I am presenting it on behalf of everybody and thank them for this. And I also want to thank the various funding agencies and people who have given us, organizations giving us permits, and local people who have helped us in this research. So to summarize very quickly, I just wanted to give you a feel of what is involved in research in prehistory and how we can actually look at the data that we have and move from theory and methods to go actually into the minds of people in the past. So thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to take questions. data that we have and from theory into the minds of people in the past. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for giving valuable insights. Now we can take few questions.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Dr. Shanti, it was a very nice talk. I just wanted to ask you.
Thank you, ma'am, for giving valuable insights.
Yes,
Now we can take
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, how about these lot of, no, not exactly that way. I just wanted to know whether this, you have lot of areas which are inhabited today, and there could be lot of ancient pasts buried under that. How do you archive? I mean, how do you access that? My question was that. Like you have
Yeah,
populated areas which we think are ancient cities like Banaras, Gaya, and I don't know. I have a feeling you must have lot of material archived there naturally. How do we access those things?
it's a very good question, actually, and it's very complex in places like India, where you have long term. Sorry, sorry, I could not. There's an echo. I'm getting an echo. Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can
Yeah.
hear you, ma'am.
Okay, so the question is great, and it's a huge problem because you do have occupation under modern under many places where there's modern occupation today, and sometimes you find tools or other antiquities while digging your own house foundations. So how do you bring about this balance between salvaging what is there in the salvage, what you find, conserving what you find, and the needs for people to live and to build and to build infrastructure or other, maybe an airport or dams or whatever it is. So there are certain laws in many nations abroad which require impact assessment prior to construction, and we require more such legislations in India so that archaeologists can go in fast, salvage what is there, and help conserve them without interfering with people's lives. So this is a huge issue, and I agree with that, and it's really complex to balance the present needs with the desire to study more about the past.
Question. Thank you, ma'am. There is one general question from the YouTube viewer. The person is asking, are we hampering natural evolution process when we manipulate?
I think this question will be better answered by Dr. Tangaraj. It's not my area of expertise, so I cannot address this actually.
Yes.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Thanks, ma'am. There was a general question, I think, from one of the person who asked, are we hampering natural evolution processes when we manipulate genes and cells? I think this question
Well, I
was
think
from the
the
previous
best
speaker.
answered.
If you want to
Yeah,
address
I think.
it, yeah.
No, I think best answered by Dr. Tangaraj if he's still there. That is his area of expertise.
Yeah. No problem. We'll skip this question. If there are more questions, we'll take those questions. There are no more questions, ma'am. We'll end the session. Thank you very much. It was really a wonderful lecture. Moving ahead, we have a last speaker for the day, and we have Dr. M.B. Rajni. She is an associate professor at National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore. Dr. Rajni's research has two interrelated facets: analyzing cultural landscapes using geospatial data to identify new features of archaeological interest, and advancing the uses of such analysis for preserving built heritage in the face of rapidly growing infrastructural development and urbanization. Dr. Rajni's primary scientific contribution is a rigorous methodology for integrating spatial data from remote sensing images together with the historical records, including maps, drawings, and textual accounts that document past landscapes and analyzing it to generate new inferences and novel falsifiable hypotheses about the past. Dr. Rajni received Kamakshi Memorial Young Geospatial Scientist Award 2011 for PhD work. She is a member of Indian National Young Academy of Science 2018-2022 and a Young Affiliate 2019-2023 of the World Academy of Sciences and recipient of prestigious PR Pishorati Memorial Award 2019 awarded by the Indian Society of Remote Sensing. Today, she is going to deliver a lecture on archaeological investigations using remote sensing techniques. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the generous introduction. I'm just going to share my screen. Please let me know. So can you let me know if my screen is shared and also if it is full screen?
Yes, ma'am. It is clearly visible. Yes,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you very
Please
much.
continue. Yes.
I first of all thank all of you for inviting me to speak in this venue. I also want to first put a disclaimer. Unlike other speakers on this, today, I haven't worked on prehistory. Most of the sites I have worked on is medieval, later medieval or ancient sites. So my examples are also not from prehistory, but I bring in more use of remote sensing for studying the past. I'm sure in future I will be studying prehistoric sites also. I'm looking forward for such an opportunity. But today what I'll be presenting are more from historic sites. Okay, so with or without our consent, details from our daily lives are being captured and stored in vast digital databases. If humanity were to vanish tomorrow, and alien historians chanced upon these databases centuries hence, they would have incredibly rich resources for studying humanity's past. As humans in 21st century, trying to understand our own past, we have no comparably detailed database to tap into. Instead, we must scavenge for traces of human activity and that have survived in material form and develop expertise in interrogating this material before their secrets fade into oblivion. To scrutinize written records, we turn to historians. We rely on archaeologists to scrutinize ancient material, ranging from small-scale fragments of pottery, jewelry, bones, and bricks to large-scale artifacts such as individual buildings. And we rely on archaeologists to scrutinize, and hold settlements. In each of these domains, scholars have benefited from scientific developments that are constantly expanding the kind of ancient materials that are interrogable, and technological advances that enhance our ability to extract useful information from them. Remote sensing contributes to a branch of archaeology that scrutinizes landscapes, such as this, for instance, at Nalanda. Humans necessarily scar the landscape when they construct structures such as forts, canals, tanks, and road networks. These scars, which can survive for many centuries, are also material records of past human activity and therefore are worthy of study. However, these scars are difficult to discern on ground level, and their value was largely unrecognized until they were observed from aerial perspective, initially from aircrafts and more recently from satellites. Lieutenant Colonel G.A. Beasley, a sapper of the Royal Engineers in Mesopotamia during the First World War, spotted distinct outlines of ancient canals in the course of his repeated flights over the then enemy territory, Tigris and Euphrates plain. While carrying out a survey of contested area beyond Baghdad, he wrote, "The remains of an ancient city were disclosed which would otherwise not have been discovered in all probability. It was Old Samarra." A more recent example here is false color image of Bangalore. And here is a map of Bangalore made in 1791, which shows a four-cornered settlement and an oval citadel to its south. If you carefully analyze the satellite image, we can identify where exactly was the old settlement. We can still see the pattern. I would like to refer to the question that came up in the last presentation. How do we access material in settlements that are right now cities? I don't know about materials, but definitely remote sensing can pinpoint to the location where the old settlements were. Apart from such images, analysts can pull together spatial data from other sources, including old maps, paintings, textual records, and field surveys. Here is an example of Kollam, which was known to Dutch as Koilan, to British as Quilon, and which is the current Kollam. Here is a map made by Portuguese in 1630, another map made by Portuguese in 1635, map made by Dutch in 1687. If you look at the third map, you wouldn't even believe it is of the same location. It looks so different. It took us time to recognize. And here is a painting of 1760s, 80s, which shows the bay that is marked in this map. Now, careful examination of these old maps and the painting, we were able to recognize the building which is marked in the painting and the two maps. And also, we were able to also identify that the currently existing remains in Kollam, which is only this wall, which is one wall of a three-storied building, should have been the only three-storied building that is depicted in those early maps and the painting. Now, carefully analyzing satellite image, we also, I have marked the location of this one wall, but carefully analyzing satellite image, I can also identify what was the Dutch extent, which was much smaller than the much larger Portuguese extent of this fort. So, not much on ground. Actually, there is quite a lot of the Dutch remains still on ground. But unless we do this kind of analysis, we may not get a pointer to where to go and look for it on ground. This coherent spatial view allows an analyst to hunt for visual patterns in a large landscape in a manner akin to an art historian examining a painting through an appropriate historical lens. Furthermore, just as a modern art historian uses technology to scrutinize what lies beneath the topmost layer of paint, advances in technology of remote sensing permit satellites to view landscape in different wavelengths and reveal hidden layers of human artifacts. The purpose of such analysis is to understand is to identify, understand, conserve, and protect remnants of our past. This field, therefore, brings together knowledge from archaeology, history, art history, architectural history, heritage science, geoarchaeology, geomorphology, remote sensing, GIS, and cultural heritage conservation and management. Although I'm not an expert in all these domains, my research group has brought elements from each of these domains in investigating landscape surrounding several archaeological sites that we have had immense satisfaction of contributing to our overall understanding of these sites. Well, all these sites are situated in the Indian subcontinent. Here I have marked the sites that we have done analysis for. In some sites in more detail than others. So the ones marked in red are the sites that we have studied. My research has helped me recognize and articulate universal principles that I'm excited to present today. The first idea I would discuss here is landscape archaeology and the role of remote sensing and GIS. The primary focus here is on built heritage that have made marks on the Earth's surface in the process of being built or modified. These structures constitute the known remnants of the built heritage at the site, and it's possible that hitherto unknown remnants associated with the site still exist in its vicinity. Consider the vicinity of Nalanda, for instance. When we visit the site protected by Archaeological Survey of India, we see these sacred temple structures called the Chaityas. There are 6 of them. And then there are 10 dwelling structures or monasteries called vihara. Each has a central hall. Each of the vihara has a central hall surrounded by monastic cells. This infrared image shows the protected site of Nalanda and the area immediately around it. Notice how 4 temples in the protected region lie at regular intervals along a straight north-south line. The 4 temples marked as 3, 12, 13, and 14 lie on straight north-south line. If Nalanda had more temples, one might expect them to lie further along this line. Sure enough, the infrared image suggests the presence of one unexplored mound to the south and one to the north. In the north, one can also see 2 crop marks at exactly the intervals we are expecting. The central thesis of my presentation is that a careful study of a site's vicinity or spatial context can lead to 2 important types of discoveries that may improve our overall understanding of the site and inform our strategies for its protection. Firstly, the discovery of further instances or attributes of built heritage. And secondly, the discovery of artifacts such as former water bodies, canals, and mounds associated with past activity at the site. The next idea I want to discuss here is landscape morphology and spatial patterning of archaeological signatures when viewed from above. As we all who are living in cities and periphery of cities, we would often discuss with people that we meet every day about how our landscape has changed so much. New roads have been built, new buildings have come up, and so on. So it is not easy to see a landscape with images of today and guess what had happened there centuries hence. So it is important to understand what kind of changes would have happened in between, therefore, which helps us in identifying the past. By viewing a landscape from a vantage point of aerial or space platform, one is able to observe how landscape evolve over time and also get a sense of the implication of this evolution for the analyst seeking to identify archaeological features from above. For instance, the well-known example of a crop mark in the field, first observed in the aerial photos of World War I and II, turned out to be the surface impression of a buried fort wall and adjacent moat. So here is a diagram to show a fort wall and a moat over time. If it is covered by vegetation, it forms this kind of vegetation patterns of healthier or stunted vegetation based on what is the buried composition. On the locations that would have a buried wall, the vegetation will be stunted. On location that will have a buried moat, the vegetation will be encouraged. And these, if they are in certain patterns, because construction would have followed some anthropogenic pattern, will form this kind of vegetation pattern on the surface. But this is only one of many ways a landscape can morph itself, which depends on what has been happening subsequently on the surface. Even in an urban jungle like city, one can see traces of the past layout, which are inscribed as roads or land use patterns. A ruined, disused wall becomes hindrance in mobility, and people and goods move along it, creating paths, which over time become roads and remain as a permanent scar, even if land use on either side keep changing. For instance, let's take an example at the Old Delhi. Jama Masjid and the Red Fort are easy to find on this Google image. Lal Killa was the citadel of a much larger fort encircling Shahjahanabad, which no longer exists. But can we still see its scars? Let me cheat by overlaying the satellite image with this 19th century map of Delhi, which shows the surrounding fort. Now I hide this map, and suddenly you see where the fort lay. This is an example of how a site looks in an urban area. Similarly, the manifestation of sites in different kinds of land surfaces vary accordingly. When I was writing my book 2 years ago, I wanted a term to refer to the landscape in the vicinity of a site. That included area that affects the site as well as the area that is affected by the site. Since none of the existing terms seemed suitable, I called it spatial context. For a given site, we would like to identify features in satellite imagery of its spatial context that may provide new archaeological insights for that site. When we look at a site's spatial context today, we see only the present point in its evolutionary trajectory. For some sites, we may have historical spatial records that provide multiple snapshots of these spatial contexts as they change over time. These records may date from few years ago, example Google Earth images, to a few decades ago, example other older satellite images and corona satellite images. Corona means very different in the last 2 years, but there was a series of satellites launched by Americans in the 60s and 70s. They were spy satellites which took lots of pictures, and these have been very useful for archaeological work, because in the 60s and 70s were earlier than industrial land use changes have happened in India. So a lot of sites we can see close to its pre modern changes. Okay. And so corona and old satellite to a few centuries ago, using old maps, paintings, and spatial descriptions in historical texts. Even with multiple snapshots for a site, our data is generally too sparse to precisely infer the sequence of gradual changes to its spatial context. This lack of data forces us to guess how the spatial context evolved and to use the guesses to explain why we can or cannot observe certain features. Images may directly show certain surface features, while some subsurface features may only be visible indirectly through a morphological expression. For example, here is a 19th century map of Lal Kot and Kilarai Patora of Delhi, a map from one of the early archaeological reports made by Alexander Cunningham, which shows the spatial layout and shapes of the fort wall. Then an image of 1965 from Corona Satellite series, which shows quite a bit of the fort wall, and then a recent image where most of the land use over, along, and around the fort wall have changed. In most cases, the recent satellite image is what we have, and we have to hypothesize the reverse order, which is sometimes aided by old images, maps, records. Thus, understanding the landscape morphology and spatial patterns of sites provide the basis for answering critical questions such as, what kind of features should I be looking for in satellite images for my site? And why can't I see what I'm looking for in a particular image? The next idea I'm discussing is the science and technology of remote sensing in the context of archaeology. There are various types of imaging technologies that are operational on contemporary and retired Earth observation satellites. Understanding these help the analyst answer the question, is this type of satellite image likely to be useful for my analysis? For instance, look at these images of landscape of Belur in Karnataka. The one on the left is a false color image with infrared band. It shows the circular moat here. This is the moat and this is the temple. It shows a circular moat that surrounded the old settlement, whereas the natural color image on the right, though of higher resolution, doesn't show the circular pattern so clearly. Understanding the science behind these technologies will help in answering the inevitable follow-up question. Why and why not? Such as this diagram showing how light of visible versus infrared wavelength is reflected off a leaf, causing this bright vegetation pattern in infrared images. So the visible colors, red, blue, green, are interacted only with the surface of the image, whereas infrared interacts with the deeper layers of leaf, and is diffused more. Similarly, there are other imaging technologies like microwave, LIDAR, etc. Understanding the science of those would immensely aid in appropriate interpretation. The next idea I would discuss is GIS, an array of tools for archaeology. GIS is an associated technology that is used for analyzing remote sensing images. Images by itself are like photograph, but bringing those images into a GIS platform fixes the image to its geo-coordinates, doing which enables overlaying multiple spatial layers like maps. It may be old maps, like other images of different seasons, different sensors, different technologies, and field records. Making measurements, bringing it into a GIS platform also allows making measurements, doing analytics, and extracting information from them. I'll discuss briefly a few case studies. Here I briefly illustrate 5 case studies to demonstrate that there is no fixed answer to the question, how should I conduct GIS, geospatial analysis for site of my interest? No one method fits all sites because not all sites are similar. This is to re-emphasize the core ideas in the themes I have discussed earlier in more complex situation. In our experience, there is no fixed or formulaic approach to geospatial analysis of archaeological sites because the process of analysis is sensitive to variations between sites. These variations can be grouped into 5 principal categories. First one, variations in features of interest. These will vary across sites in terms of their scale, their architectural style. Second variation is variation in the natural setting and subsequent natural changes. Sites are in plains, in hills, in banks, in deserts. So their natural setting and the subsequent natural changes. Sites go through weathering, flood, and so on. So those also affect how an image could be useful. Third, anthropogenic changes. Sites will vary in terms of subsequent anthropogenic activities. Somewhere where there is an important site could remain as a rural setting, or it could have become an urban setting. So subsequent anthropogenic changes also is very different for every site. Fourth variation is satellite imagery. That is, data from satellites or aerial platform may be plentiful for some sites but limited for others. And the last variation is historical spatial records. The quality and quantity of such records may similarly vary. There will be some sites which are well studied and there may be some sites which are not. So there are at least 5 kind of variations, and therefore when you put all that permutation combination, you'll find that it is very almost impossible that you'll have more than one site of the same that fits all of these. So therefore there isn't an answer to say this is the method to do. You have to keep experimenting. The purpose of this discussion is to illustrate how the process of analysis responds to these variations. Thus, we have carefully chosen 5 sites so that there are significant variations across these sites in each of the 5 categories. The 5 sites are Nalanda. I have already discussed Nalanda to some extent, where from the protected site, in the immediate vicinity of the protected site, there were several features that were detectable that showed that the site itself was much larger than what it is protected. There were more temple structures, there were more monastic structures. Here is a further larger area that I have chosen, which shows the protected area is here, which is this boundary. And it shows a large spread of water bodies, and most of the water bodies are squares or rectangles. So that also suggests, and you don't see such a cluster of water body elsewhere. that also suggests whether this water bodies could be indicating the extent of the original site. And it also showed a paleo channel that connected a nearby river to one of the big water bodies near the site. So whether this could have been a means of drawing water from the river towards the site. A second case study is Agra. This work started with first finding out about this map of Agra, which was made in 1720 by Savai Jai Singh, who was the governor of Agra at the time. So this map marks the meandering river, and it has Taj Mahal's layout here and Agra Fort here. But apart from these two important sites that we all know about, it also had a large number of riverfront gardens and havelis on both sides of the river. They totally add up to nearly 50. Most of which we don't have now. Apart from that, it marks 2 tiers of city walls. There is an inner city wall and then there is an outer city wall, and there are network of ditches. So careful analysis of satellite imagery and other old records, older maps and old satellite imagery and the ditch network, and also other clues on the map such as area names and so on, we were able to identify all the riverfront gardens marked on that map, and also where the 2 tiers of city walls and these ditch layouts were using remote sensing. The third is the Lal Bagh Palace at Srirangpatna. Lal Bagh as a name is famous for the Lal Bagh Gardens in Bangalore. But the fact that there was another Lal Bagh in Srirangpatna laid out by Tipu Sultan was forgotten from living memory. So when we were studying Srirangpatna, we found these two dove coats just lying in the landscape over there on the east of Tipu Sultan's tomb. This is Tipu Sultan's tomb, and these two are features over here. Then we looked at some old maps which showed Lal Bagh layout, which shows a sort of structure in the center and radial paths. Then we also found this painting in British Library, a copy, a not so well kept copy of it is also there in Bangalore Museum. So which shows entrance of Lal Bagh Palace with 2 dove coats. So using these cues, then we did an analysis of this region where we thought there was a Lal Bagh palace layout, and we visited also and found some ruins at this location which is marked as 17, and we also found the layout of what was this Lal Bagh garden. So it was like a Char Bagh garden with a central structure, which was later destroyed after Tipu Sultan's death. But its memory also had gone off. So this remote sensing analysis was able to place it in historical context. Talakadu was a site I initially worked for my PhD research in the 2005 to 10. But in Talakadu is a site in the banks of River Kaveri, and it is a site which is within a hairpin bend of River Kaveri. And there's large amount of sand accumulation burying the settlement. There is some excavations that have happened in the 90s, and then again another season in 2006 to 9. What I wanted to say, my analysis of satellite imagery showed 4 major features. One was a linear feature that connected the dam area. There is also an old dam dating from 14th century dam to the settlement. So I interpreted it as a canal because that would have been a positive crop mark bringing water into the settlement. Another was another ridge surrounding the settlement. I interpreted it as a wall. And then a patch of high moisture, I interpreted it as maybe an area that was irrigated and so on. And a rectangle that is aligned with the linear feature, which we thought was a canal. And that rectangular features, I interpreted it as a reservoir. This was a site where excavations were conducted based on the locations we pointed at, and over time it was identified that the rectangular feature that we were identified was actually a reservoir, because evidence for the same was found, and this has recently been published as well in the report. The last case study I want to discuss is an old map or maritime chart, which is over here, which marks Mahabalipuram area as 7 pagodas, was compared with satellite imagery. So for long, there has been this myth about what did the name 7 pagodas refer to for Mahabalipuram. Of course, the name itself suggests it's a European name. And the records suggest there were 7 freestanding temples standing on the shore, which were visible for mariners as they sailed past the site. But in modern times, that is not visible. It is only one temple, which is the shore temple, that was visible. So I found a map in Royal Geographical Society archives, which marks Mahabalipuram as 7 pagodas. It is a Dutch map as 7 pagodas, and it marks 7 monuments dotted around this coast, and it has a very different shaped coast compared to the coastline today. So by today, this is a little older, I think maybe 5-6 year old satellite image, but the coastline is not very different now. So the coastline is like this, whereas the coastline marked in this map, which of 1670, is slightly different. It shows a peninsula kind of feature. So using satellite imagery and old map, and also using the pattern of various freestanding features marked on this map, I was able to give one-to-one correlation of what constituted the 7 pagodas and identify them on the landscape, and also identify a feature which showed a linear feature which showed where was the old coastline on. So the coast was further in at one time when the site itself acquired the name 7 Pagoda. My next idea I want to discuss is applications of being able to identify the larger landscape of archaeological sites for its protection and so on. Although I have called the topic as site protection boundaries a double-edged sword. So far, I have given examples of how remote sensing shows the feature in the vicinity of the sites that were originally part of the site. Therefore, if I ask the question, can geospatial analysis be used for preserving, conserving, and managing cultural heritage site? The answer would be a confident yes. But let's see what is the practice as of now. Archaeological sites in India are governed by the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Sites and Remains Act. According to the guidelines of this act, a site would be recommended for protection based on its authenticity and integrity, and the latter, that is integrity, is defined as a measure of wholeness or intactness of the site, including all elements necessary to express its national importance from historical, artistic, or archaeological point of view. Similarly, the UNESCO's convention has defined that boundaries of core and buffer zones should include all those areas and attributes which are a direct, tangible expression of the outstanding universal value of the property, as well as those areas which, in the light of future possibilities, offer potential to contribute and enhance such understanding. It is very important to define boundaries to implement protection, because if one did not have protection boundaries, for instance, here is an unprotected site affected by widening of Airport Road in Bangalore. An armory from Tipu Sultan's time had to be moved, spending crores to make way for doubling of railway. So if you don't have boundaries and protection accorded, this is what will happen. There will be demand for land, and the most recent demand or the gravity of situation will take over, and the sites will have to either move or be destroyed. So, but see what having boundaries can do. Look at the amount of urbanization in the landscape of Bodh Gaya from around the time it attained World Heritage tag to now. One wonders, is this recognition really protecting the site? So here on the left is a image of 2003 and on the right is 2018. Bodh Gaya became World Heritage Site in 2002. So on these images, I have marked features of the landscape, archaeological landscape that Cunningham saw and had made maps. So if you see the left side image, the mounts that Cunningham marked was still approachable. And probably if some excavation was done, we could have found something. But looking at the right side image, the amount of construction that has happened so close to the site, we realize that we have destroyed a lot of these mounds in the last 10-15 years. Therefore, site protection boundaries are double-edged sword. If you don't identify boundaries properly and regulate the land use, then we lose them. We need to define boundaries for practical purposes for implementing protection measures, but an inadequately drawn boundary can become the cause for the spatial context of the site of archaeological landscape to be damaged. The site can become a victim of its own popularity. For instance, Nalanda was tagged as World Heritage by UNESCO in 2016 with a core and a buffer zone. But look at the expanse of its remains. One wonders, will this landscape see the same fate as Bodh Gaya in the next 2 decades? So, remote sensing data analysis enables visualization of some of the limitations of current approaches, and more widely adopting remote sensing GIS in the practice implementation monitoring can address these limitations. Opportunities beyond landscape, geospatial analysis of archaeological sites also provide avenues to contribute to research in other disciplines. Here are 3 case studies. Archaeoastronomy, demonstrated by studying orientation of sacred structures at Nalanda and other Buddhist sites. So satellite image analysis of ancient sites, especially structures such as these, we are able to measure its orientation to a high precision, that better precision than it could have been measured on ground, and compare them to other astronomical reasoning, and we are able to find correlation. This is one of the areas that we can contribute to. Military history, measuring range of Tipu Sultan's rocket by analyzing satellite images together with old war maps and records, using old war maps and georeferencing them with satellite imagery and identifying specific war-related activities, conflict-related activities. We were able to measure what could have been the range of Tipu Sultan's rockets. Coastal geomorphology, I already mentioned in this. So looking at old maritime charts for studying cultural heritage also yielded understanding of how coast has been changing. The 3 potential groups of users who can benefit from the kind of work I have presented today are: the first group comprises students and budding or established researchers in the fields such as archaeology, history, and art history who see potential value in analyzing the landscape of their region of interest. The second group of users are authorities concerned with the protection of cultural heritage. They are part of international organizations such as UNESCO, as well as national and sub-national agencies. In India, these agencies are Archaeological Survey of India and each state's Department of Archaeology. Their mandate includes defining property boundaries for protecting archaeological sites and regulating changes to the land use in their vicinity. Finally, non-government bodies and private professionals who are involved in making maps and master plans for cultural heritage protection and conservation. Adopting remote sensing and GIS would help users in this group develop more efficient and effective processes as they scramble to document and protect thousands of immovable cultural heritage artifacts before these are consumed by expanding cities, industries, transportation networks, and other hallmarks of rapid development. This is a picture of my institute where I initially conducted my PhD research, and now since 2015 I have been a faculty and I have developed a group of researchers working in this area. And I thank you all for inviting me to speak to you, and thank you for your patience and opportunity. I'll stop sharing screen now.
Thank you, Dr. Rajni, for this insightful lecture. We can take few questions now. We have a couple of questions from the audiences. Hi, Dr. Rajni, here Dr. Mahabali, Director of School of Computer Science and Engineering. So thank you for giving an insightful talk on your archaeology investigation using remote sensing and tactics. So you have given a beautiful case studies like Nalanda, Agra, and Lal Bagh. I come from that place, Karnataka. So I know many historical places at Karnataka, Beluru Halbedu, and many more. So my question to you is, since we have students like from computer backgrounds where the students works in artificial intelligence, data science, cybersecurity. So once we take in data is very much important. So we need to categorize it and you need to get the exact information from that. So what are your comments and thought process where the student has to focus rather than taking the data and they use the standard libraries and they work on it, and how this remote sensing will help them to use these cutting edge tools like AI, data science to get meaningful information. Thank you.
Yeah, I presume you are talking about image data in terms of images, satellite images. Yeah, so we do apply, like how we have supervised and unsupervised machine learning techniques. We also have image classification. But in my experience, these have been very useful for applications such as military applications. Let's say if if we are keeping an eye on some air sort of strategic station in another country, a rival country, and so on. So to check whether there are same number of aircrafts every day, if there is any movement and that sort of thing. So for that, they have been very useful. And also they have been useful at a different scale, at a much larger, sort of smaller scale, looking at a large region, how rivers have been changing, if there are flooding and so on, because those features are very clearly visible from the other features, and therefore supervised or unsupervised methods of classification become easy. In most cases in archaeology, especially in our country, I would say that there have been some successes in Europe where the landscape is covered with large patches of cultivation. So you have a sort of homogeneous landscape and subtle differences can be picked up. Whereas here we have sites that partially cut into settlement, partially into agriculture, partially into a water body, and so on. So the heterogeneity of a land surface is so complex that so far any of these applications, I think it is also finding a site where you can apply this kind of technique. So far I haven't been.
Yeah, please continue. No,
yeah,
my question
so far,
is yeah, please go on.
So far it hasn't helped me as much, but also I find we have such a large number of archaeological sites, and the number of sites so far studied is very minuscule. So I think some more time with more data into it and more research into it might produce enough data for that kind of analysis as well. Is my opinion.
Right. And my second question is National Institute of Advanced Studies, do you have kind of computing facility where student can
come and work over there to explore more?
We don't have, I have a lab with 5 systems, 5 workstations which can run image processing software and GIS software and handle large, because satellite data, large size data and so on. So that is as much as it is. We don't have any servers and so on. We usually access when required ISRO's facilities.
Thank you. Thank you.
Getting back to your talk, I'm Dr. Shashi. I want to know, what is the resolution of your imaging? Because whatever I saw in your talk, you have identified walls, you have identified water bodies. So I just wanted to know what is the level of resolution you work on?
Yeah, so I use mainly image by resolution. I assume you're talking about spatial resolution, that is the dimension on ground covered by 1 pixel. That's how it is seen. So I use, when I start working on a site, today we have online portals like Google Earth and Bhuvan, which gives us this one to do a feasibility analysis. They have high resolution data, but only of visual natural colors that we are able to see, not infrared and other images. So I use these images to get a sense of what is the current situation of the site, current topography, and Google Earth can give for last 20 years also. So some sense of what it is now and what changes that happen, sort of thing. But for seeing water bodies and past water bodies and paleo channels, we have to go for a little coarser resolution, 5 meter per pixel or 10 meter per pixel, because with very high resolution, these features they're too much noise to be able to identify them as features.
And what is it that you catch? What is it that you catch when you're trying to track a man-made structure versus natural changes in the topography? Like an area has been flooded during some 1,000 or 2,000 years back. Would you be able to differentiate between?
If it is a one-time flood, it is difficult to differentiate, unless it is a desert area where a one-time flood happens only once in many years, that kind of thing. But if it is a paleo channel, like if it was an old course of river, but where it has been flowing for a long time, long enough that it has made a scar on that and it has changed its course, those kind of things can detect.
I mean, you can think of Saraswati that way. I mean, people are trying to work it out. And how about rivers constantly changing place, specifically in the northern belt?
Yeah.
You have lots of rivers which keep Kosi changed just some 5-10 years back, and things have been like that.
Yeah,
So
we can, with satellite imagery, we can see spatial changes. I mean, we may be able to make out the river flowed here also at some time, but it is not.
Not only spatial changes, also including time in it. That's why I'm asking.
No, that's what it is. Difficult to date them unless you have other. For instance, a river, the site of Shravasti is there, and it abutted the river at one time. Now the river has moved. And you can see a paleo channel along that. So because of the site, I know that course of river would have been contemporary to the site. So you need that kind of associated, connections to date them. You will be able to see spatial patterns and changes, but dating every paleo channel, it's not impossible, but you have to find material, maybe some organic material that may have been killed at the time that it dried up and so on. So that could be possible, but not through satellite images.
That may not be visible in the image.
It may not be. What may be visible is the channel, and you have to go to the ground and find material connected to the channel.
And just one clarity I wanted. You are comparing your IR images with normal images to get a sense of history.
If I'm looking at a site where there is a lot of vegetation, I look at IR, because IR is good in infrared is good in showing variations in vegetation. If I'm looking at a site which is dry and not with vegetation, I might look with radar. So it depends on on the situation of the site and what what all is there on the site and what I'm trying to look for.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Professor Vinayak Sathe. I'm a professor of practice over here, and I'm in charge of this cybersecurity lab. So, as this landscaping is also can be saved for our base stations, the military base stations, and cover that area, because I've seen that BARC is covered in certain area where internet imagery is not allowed. We have jammers and all those things. In that perspective, your research, how it is applicable to save the country's things?
True. Luckily, I'm not. Luckily or unluckily, I'm not working on strategic applications. I have colleagues who do, and they have issues with finding relevant data. And these kind of camouflaging that is done. Again, if you use infrared, you can make out that it is camouflage and not. Based on the interpretation. So there are ways to look at it. As far as my research is concerned, is most of the sites that I'm working on is well within, there aren't any conflict zone and things like that. So I don't see any causing any issues with that. But yes, I know there are people who are studying sites closer to the borders or closer to the international lines, boundaries, where acquiring images or acquiring old maps become a challenge because of restrictions.
Second question is that you are just looking at the landscaping of vegetation, but along with that, there are birds and bees and other things which are actually changing the landscape, in the bigger picture. So are you correlating with that? You are the insects and bees which are
no, not really. I'm looking at many for archaeological applications to see how past human settlements have been changing and so on. And I also find in quite a lot of sites that we visit after remote sensing analysis, if it is site not in a city area, lots of ancient site is a home for lots of birds, and so because they are not used right now, they become also places for, and there are lots of sites in our country also which is amidst forests and things like that, but I'm myself not looking at natural history.
Thank you, ma'am. There is one question from YouTube viewer Shruti. She is asking, many historical sites have layers on layers of ancient civilized structures. Would you please explain how can we use remote imaging to distinguish them?
Yes, I don't think remote sensing can do it independently. We can see these patterns, but to say that this belongs to a different time, that belongs to a different time, we have to only do with other ancillary information. We may, in Nalanda, for instance, Nalanda was active for 800 years. So we know regarding some of the structures, we know when they were built. So there may be a water body that is associated with that structure. Then we can infer that that water body and that structure was built at the same time. And maybe similarly another water body. So maybe relatively we can say that this was before and this was after. But otherwise, with satellite imagery, it's not possible to date.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope this answers our question. There is another question from Priti. She just asking, like, what is the precision of the line of demarcation of the places on the map, vice versa the actuals on the real land?
Okay, so in today's time, we are able to georeference. First of all these images, when they are downlinked from satellites, they are digital images. They are just pixel information and digital number for each pixel. It's as good as a digital photograph of our own. So when we put on a GIS software, it has its coordinates are pixel, I mean lines and rows. So then we have to georeference this, that is identify some 4 or 5 known points for which we have Google latitude, longitude. And then the software can calculate for the whole image. In most cases, the agencies who sell the image to you, whether it's NASA or ISRO, they do this beforehand. But till recently, they use different references. So if you take a NASA image and ISRO image and you overlay, they won't sit exactly. But now in more recent times, we are all standardizing these things. So often when I have to get images from the 80s and 90s, I find they don't sit, and I have to perform this georeferencing once again to make it sit. So it depends on to what precision you're able to georeference. By which I mean, if you have a image of 1 meter spatial resolution, you might be able to give a accuracy of 1 meter. But if you have a spatial resolution of 20 meters, because in that 1 pixel is 20 meters, you might be able to give accuracy of only 20 meters. So that comes into picture as well. So it is how accurately you're able to georeference the image is the accuracy that you're able to get. And one has to remember that the Earth is not a perfect circle, and it is not even a perfect ellipsoid. So there are issues with abstractions that happen. So still, when I go to my field using my GPS, I can reach to a point I want to the precision of 5 meters. So it's not bad.
Thank you, ma'am. If there are no more questions, thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting
me. Moving ahead, I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Sonal Mahajan, for vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Priyatosh. Very good afternoon to one and all present here for the webinar. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks today. On behalf of School of Biosciences and Bioengineering, D.Y. Patil International University, Akurdi, Pune, I, Dr. Sonal Mahajan, would like to express my deep gratitude to all the esteemed speakers of the webinar for their presence and contribution to make this webinar a great success. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to our first speaker, Dr. Rajiv Negam sir, for sharing their experience about sea level fluctuation govern the destiny of Lothal, Dwarka, Dholavira, Ramsetu and other coastal towns of ancient India. I would like to thank our second speaker, Professor Vasant Shinde sir, for sharing their experience of archaeogenetic research with us. I extend my gratitude to Professor Thangaraj sir for enlightening us with the topic human origin, health and disease. I would also like to thank our next speaker, Professor Shanti Madam, for her words on the topic, Perspectives on Prehistory in South India from Methods to Minds. I would also like to thank Dr. M.B. Rajni Madam for her thoughts on archaeological investigation using remote sensing technique. So it was a wonderful session, Madam. I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Prabhat Ranjan sir, for giving us the opportunity to organize this webinar. I feel honored to have been associated with Dawn of Everything, who guided us to organize webinar on such a topic which interests one and all. I also extend my gratitude to Professor Shashi Singh Madam, Director, School of Biosciences, Bioengineering, and Dean R&D, who manages this program in short duration of time. My sincere thanks to team members, Dr. Ila Pathak Jha Madam, for her support in organizing the program, Mr. Amit Kumar Om sir, for organizing the entire broadcast system for us and also to connect and relay the event. I am also thankful to Dr. Priyatosh Ranjan for moderating the event and introducing the speaker, and Mr. Sandeep Tambekar and his technical team for being available throughout the session. I express my deep gratitude to all the participants for attending the webinar. I would like to thank all the directors and faculty members of D.Y. Patil International University for being the part of webinar. Last but not least, a big thank to one and all who help us directly and indirectly to make this event successful. And with this note, I announce that we concluded the session. Thank you. Thank you.